changing things. All right, let me move this over here. All right, what's up? Last session, the party made it to the port from the wretched Thanatos, where we definitely did things that were good for the Republic, not for our own gain. Kind of half and half. But as we got to the port, we started repairs. While we did that, others investigated corpses as to recent murders. After those were investigated, we went to Harlock to get paid for our services, bringing the chest back from the crashed ship, gaining extra favor. We love to see it. After that, we all split up to do personal missions, if you will. The captain took our quartermaster to her family doctor, which they found out that Say was indeed pregnant and around 3 years along. After that, they went to the captain's home to speak to her wife on the possibility of housing the child when it comes. Obviously, she was let known by Say that possible complications are definitely part of this. Possibly people wanting to take the child, little things that she doesn't need to worry about at this moment. She got mad, almost hit her with a frying pan, and left. Most likely back to the tavern. Krodorm and Sabor went to go get drinks with Ube to try and cheer him up a little, and also just to drink because that's always fun at the Fish and Donuts Tavern. And while that was happening, Neridi went off into shadowed alleyways to speak with a contact of hers who spoke of potential prospects in the desert of the Sultanate. After her talks with her contact, Neridi walked back to the tavern before being alerted to the following eyes of 2 red dragonborn. After that, she hurried away, trying to break line of sight by any means possible, dashing through alleyways and ultimately ending up at the tavern, where she met the rest of the crew. With that, the crew ultimately convened there, spoke a little, except for Rauko and Varys. Varys was supposedly on the ship, while Rauko was caught in nostalgic sorrow down an alleyway near the tavern. A voice spoke to her, and she was lost in thought as a man apparently from the heavens, possibly, who knows, he appeared on the rooftops opposite the entrance of the alleyway. Rauko was able to see him quite easily because he had given himself away by speaking, but also because Rauko had already begun partially transforming into her other form. He was clad in all red, cloak and armor, with glowing eyes noticeably visible through the helmet. Two caught up before the toy doll that Rauko had picked up exploded in a great and brilliant radiant light. Light was on. The captain took notice of this strange sound because it did not sound like fireworks she had heard a couple hours prior. She went out the back door of the tavern and witnessed her crewmate being attacked by the stranger, and she was losing. Seconds later, the rest of the party finally figured out, oh, there's an attack happening out in the alleyway. So they all engaged this figure to a fight to the death, where death was almost attained by our wonderful cleric. He was fought off by the crew. By the crew and the help of a strange beast, a moorbounder. It came from the rooftops to assist. After we had done some damage to the stranger, he fled. But the first mate was not familiar with it. He left obviously a goodbye present, which did not feel good. But the first mate did not know what this creature was not familiar with it, and assumed it was a threat. After attacking this threat, definitely a threat, the form of the moorbounder was reduced to that of a dwarf by the name of Alexi. He spoke in a certainly odd manner. The crew did not trust him. Did not trust this dwarf and wanted to get in a few punches at least before the captain told them to break it up and knock it off. The captain had words with this man while the rest of the crew set off for the ship, now that the drinking mood was tarnished. On the way back, we'd seen that Neridi felt the piercing eyes of the Dragonborn once again and made a dash or an alleyway. Saeynia followed suit. Dragonborn took both sides of the alley and appeared to be a brother-sister duo, a part of the Republic enforcers, a group that one in the Republic does not want to be an enemy of. After a quick spat, the two elves dashed in opposite directions to lose the predators. Say was lucky, Neridi was not. She was cornered by the Dragonborn and threatened, but even after the violence, wrought and promised, unto Neridi would only partially play their game. She was let go so that a hunt could begin. Everyone was finally convened aboard the ship and was called to the captain's quarters, the important crew members that was. Some with a bit more reluctance than others, but they sat down, laid everything out, and explained what was happening. Two different threats from two different sides, the heavens and the Republic themselves. Things are not looking good. Things are dire. After that, people went to their beds, and Krodorm went to Varys's room late hours of the night, knocked on the door, found no Varys. He's not sure why that is. And that is where things ended.
All right. Well done.
Good, bro. Very lit.
That's the word I would use. Yep. And with that,
No, it was very good narratively. I like that.
yeah, that as well.
Good
I'd
physical.
like to see how the recaps change from player to player.
Mine are definitely shorter.
I'm dreading Brian's.
Yeah, it was only 8 minutes or 7 minutes. Not bad.
Yes, Brian's going to try and top that. We know this.
I swear to God, if Brian doesn't ramble like a Star Wars opening to the movie, I don't want it.
Please don't
A
encourage him.
Star Wars opening is only
Please
a minute
do.
long.
It feels like 5.
All right.
Anyway, with that, ship is in dry dock for the next week.
Yep.
I should open up the calendar. It's gonna be important shortly. Currently, it is Fire's Day.
Woo.
Wait, I think I might have put the wrong date. Fuck.
It was Fire's Day. We are transitioning. The next day is when the downtime is starting because we're not leaving until the day after Fire's Day, the week after.
Yep.
Because you never leave on Fire's Day.
Never leave on Fire's Day.
So that means we are on week 3, or technically.
Yeah.
You are 3 weeks into the campaign, folks.
All right.
New life, month 6, year 450 at the 12th age. Yes, I did that.
All right, I'm gonna get my ass up out of this bed. I got something to talk to the captain about. I'm gonna knock on that door.
Drag it here.
Howdy, Captain. Hello.
Oh, the captain will, who has probably been up for like the past half hour, will, Krodorm will hear her voice, but it's slightly different from the usual voices she says is, "I'll be right there, Mr. Orabar." As she walks in, unlocks the door, and opens it, and inside, instead of the usual undefined visage that is the captain's face, he sees a blue dragonborn.
Have I seen this form before?
No, you would not have seen this one.
Ah! Who the fuck are you? What have you done with my captain? I'll murder you right now, you son of a bitch!
Oh shit!
What? What?
Explain yourself!
Hold up. The ship is getting fucky. Okay,
I will not.
I will move worlds! No.
Mr. Orabar.
Krodorm. Calm your tits.
As you know, I am a changeling. This is simply the persona that I use, that I was born into.
Oh, that was a close one. Put the axe on his back. Ah, well. I'll remember it now. This is odd. But, Captain. Yes, Captain. There was something I found out last night. I went to, Varys's room. Attempt to talk, and I was trying to talk to him. And he was not there. None of his items were there either, except for this stone. I'm not sure what it is. You'll, show the luck stone to you. And there's also some coins in the chest. I don't know if he went off to a tavern or to an inn, but at the moment, I have no idea where he is. Did he say anything to you, perhaps?
God.
I have not heard anything from Mr. Varys. You said that if his money's still there, then I doubt that he's left the ship yet. Was there any form of letter? Or was it just
None
this
that I could
stone?
find, Captain. Just this stone. It was on the bed.
Well, for the time being, I will have it identified after I'm done speaking with my father.
Of course, and he'll hand it to you.
And she will walk back and put it on her desk and walk back to the door. As she says this, is there anything else, Mr. Orabar?
And once again, keep it to Krodorm. Now there is nothing else left.
Alright. Well, in that case, I believe that you and Mr. Sabor have been tasked with procuring provisions for our next journey, as well as getting the materials that Miss Bronzepark is going to need in order to not only repair her ship but continue her projects.
I can do that.
All this and still the mess. You can't just call me my first name, right? That's what everyone else does.
Well, I'm not everyone else, Miss Bronzepark. She says as she looks over towards the bed. You have a busy day ahead of you. You better get dressed. And then she walks out of the cabin and closes the door behind her.
As it's closing, or I guess while it was still open, I'll just say, now did you guys do it while you're in the dragonborn form, or like just the normal way?
Well, Krodorm, what happens behind these doors, stay behind them. But since you're here, I do have a list prepared of what I need from town, if you don't mind.
I have been tasked with it, and I will do my best to complete it.
I trust in your abilities wholeheartedly. But I've been confined to the ship, so I will be down in the forge after I get ready.
Under
If you
boat's
could
arrest.
just... Well, yes. But once you get the items, if you could just bring them to me, I'd appreciate it.
Can do. And he'll wait after you get dressed, and whenever you write it out, he'll grab the parchment from you.
Oh, Krodorm. I would say, towards the end of your conversation, before you guys start heading out, you would see Drummix, your trusty sniper, approach. Captain.
Mr. Drunks?
Mind telling me why we have 2 Dragonborn watching the ship? Like hawks. They were doing this last night.
It would seem.
They're still there. They have not moved.
It would seem that in the past, Miss Bronzepark has had a altercation with those 2. As long as
Can I kill them?
I would not attempt it.
If you could kill them, I likely would have tried it already.
I will try
Keep an eye on them.
resolve the issue.
Well, as you're doing that, I'll keep an eye on them. I'll update the Bosun as details come along. After all, it appears to be her problem.
Yes, and any of her problems are my problems, as she is a member of my crew. Well, keep up the good work, Mr. Drummix. And, Unanoa will walk down the gangplank.
Aye, good luck with your talks, Captain.
Also, I'm
May
guessing
they bring good fortune upon us.
Hold on. Yes, Sabor.
Also, I'm pretty sure I was walking up, to like talk to Captain like some ideas I had. But I noticed you guys were talking to her, so you just like noticed me standing in the hallway, just like standing there, like petting like Swabber.
Okay. Is
Slobber is doing traditional slobber things.
is there something you need, Mr. Swallow?
Yes. So what kind of items do we need? Or
Aye, don't worry about it, Sabor. Neridi's going to give us the list.
Oh, yes. Mr. Krodorm, if you can, please, we will be on... It seems we'll be on the sea for quite some time. If you can, procure some whaling equipment.
All right.
And, Unanoa will look back to Sabor and say, yes, I will leave exactly what we need up to you, as that is your domain on this ship, and I do not wish to undermine it.
Anyone else has anything you want to do during downtime? Let me know. There's tables for this.
Yep.
You have a week.
Of course.
Krodorm, I would hand you the list after it's been finished up. It's a lot of shit. Just as part of the general provisions. A couple of specific items. And I would give you a pouch of 300 gold to buy what I've asked.
Hmm.
You never see Krodorm or the gold ever again.
I'll probably end up losing my own gold before I lose this gold. I don't know, maybe they'll be lost at the same time. We'll see. Alright. I will
That
grab
should be
the...
enough to get you what you need. If you run into any issues or have any questions, just let me know.
I am sure Sabor should be able to help me on the other details if I get lost in it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
All right.
No time like the
Well,
present.
down to the forge.
Yep, we'll see you when we get the rest of the items. Bye.
Goodbye, Krodorm.
All right, Sabor.
All right.
Let's go find these things.
So what is the first thing on the list?
Stone of good luck or stone of luck?
It'd be good luck. Yes.
Does it matter what luck? Does it say good luck or does it just say luck?
There are many stones. I don't know which one is which, or what is actually available.
All right. I will, let's see here. Yeah, let's get this. Let's just go from the top down.
You want Hollow to take that or see?
Yeah, y'all can do that now because our shopping thing can wait while you guys do that.
It's up to Neridi.
Yeah. Also,
Pick
I
what?
want to know like how much this like. I cannot say this item for the life of me, but how much this item will cost if I will buy it?
Arcane Grimoire.
Yeah, Arcane Grimoire. Like,
What rarity is it?
there's 3 types, like green, like there's level like
Uncommon,
green,
rare, very rare?
blue, purple. There's
You'll
like
uncommon,
at
rare, very
best
rare.
you can probably get a +1.
yeah.
That's probably gonna be easily a 400 to 500 item, gold item. Yeah, it may be uncommon, but it's got a decent bonus to it.
Which bonus are you talking about?
Well, the
Like-
+1 all of them have this ability. I think what is a plus? Is it a plus?
It might be a escalating plus for the
Right. Like
yeah,
it's one of
uncommon,
those
rare,
that
very rare.
upgrades with the type of rarity.
Yeah, well, I'm looking. I just looked it up in D&D 5 5th edition community wiki says spellcasting you gain bonus to spell attack and saving DCs of your wizards your spell rolls. This bonus is determined by the book's rarity. You gain a book as a spell book. In addition, we use arcane recovery feature. You gain an increase of spell slots to your levels you gain by 1.
That sounds pretty
Okay.
good.
Yeah, it's a really good thing for wizards.
That's
got it.
What's up?
I got 1 out of 5.
Oh no!
but I'm super confused by some of this because I studied this. So by Drowan, do you mean Drow? Because Drow have a matriarchal society.
Oh no!
So do the High Elves and the Luva Elves. So there
So-
should be 3.
There's
So,
2. The Drow
there's-
Society
No,
was
please,
destroyed.
guys. This is her.
Drow
This is
Society
her
was-
going to Neridi
yeah.
because that'd be funny. Like saying these things.
Technically
Yeah.
speaking,
mentioned
the
it
Drow
in the
Society
Alright,
was
yeah,
destroyed,
let's do that
so they
scene
don't
before we
have
do
a
any shopping.
matriarchal
Hey, shut up.
society.
Okay, so like Say would assume because again her father-in-law and mother-in-law are refugees. So she just assumes that the Drow have like that every family is led by the head female. So she's super confused on that. Wasn't the
That is a
last
family
major
unit. That's not a. That is a family unit. That is not a measure of society. Organized Drow society no longer exists after their war.
Okay, understandable.
You would know that the Drow Society was uprooted when the Rakshasa overtook everything.
Yeah,
in a
she
giant
knows
demonic
that.
invasion. Yeah.
She knows that. She just like she thought she met on like a smaller level. Neridi, you never told me where you're from.
I may not have, but I did speak of my homeland when I've taught you
The Flying
everything,
City. The Flying City, yeah.
and where that is from. Yes.
That is, that
I do
is-
believe you were asleep or nodding off when I was talking about that section, but
Yeah, you're from the Calidrum, right?
Eladon.
Ildor? Ildor? Were you from Calidrum?
I do love your response.
Also, it's 100, right? you all turned adults at 100. You didn't tell me anything about the Shadow Kai. I assumed it was 100.
Uh,
Wood Elves 100? I know for High Elves it's 100. No, it's 75 for
No.
Wood Elves.
Which one did you get right?
Saeynia,
It didn't tell me.
you didn't pay attention very much when I talked, did you?
I tried.
I know
and
we were
tried.
doing things at the time, but
Uh,
amongst all Evankind, the general average age of adulthood is 90.
You didn't ask for. I'm gonna out of character. You didn't say average on that test. You said general, and I was like, oh,
No,
a majority
I'm
of have them
looking at it right
low.
now.
I can't
So
do
what is
math.
the average age?
I didn't know. I didn't know how to do math on this shit.
You don't.
I can't type.
It was listed.
I thought she meant like Neridi's people, which is the High Elves, was 100.
Well, the question says all Elvenkind.
I tried.
You did try.
I got 3 out of 5.
You got one right, which is evidence of some progress, but
Also, out of character.
Captain, I
don't
can't
know-
call this a passing grade.
Out of.
I'm not on the ship anymore. I left.
Out of character. How many elf species are there? Because I was doing subsets and I was like counting them on my hands. I was like sea elves, wood elves, and then there's like that offshoot of the wood elves, high elves, shadow kai elves.
So, unfortunately, I don't have access to the actual test with all the answer sheets on it because of everything that's going on right now.
Mhm. Is
I
it 9 or
think-
10?
I think the
It's
answer
like
was
9,
10.
I think. Oh, it's 10. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember because this has been over a month now.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah.
It's a lot, and there's also some that exist, but we don't really talk about, so we always forget them.
Yeah.
The Astral Elves did not exist. End of story.
So,
Yeah.
Sienna, we now have a benchmark of where you're at with this test. Unfortunately, though, a 1 out of 5 is not going to pass. You know what the captain said your punishment is if you failed.
I didn't say
Now-
shit. Say is also backing slowly out of the room.
You can run, say, if you want. You gotta come back here eventually.
That is a bold
if you
assumption.
run-
That is a bold assumption.
Well, if you want to live your life here in the capital when we go off to the Sultanate, by all means. But, if you do leave now, be prepared for your punishment to be worse when you get back.
You're not my mother. It's fine. I tried, and I explained where I went wrong. Isn't that enough? I didn't understand the questions. I'm sorry. I don't have a
Well,
proper
I can't
textbook
help it
ex-
that you're not paying attention.
No, I'm trying to pay attention. I study.
I get you're trying. You've made progress. It's better than nothing. But you still ultimately failed. And the captain's condition was if you fail, you're punished.
Can I retake it?
Double or nothing.
And because remember, she does have this learning disability. You need to clearly explain the question. So when you
I'll
mean
tell you what.
society,
I'll postpone your punishment until the captain gets back, because she just left. I have things to do down in the forge, and I'm going to be busy down there all day.
oh, do you need anything else from me? I'm gonna run into town.
Yes. The Dragonborn you shot at yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
They're still watching the ship, apparently. Don't antagonize them.
That's not the plan. I apparently have to go meet with, like, fucking her wife and shit to hand over my baby. Say looks really sad about this.
I told you you're not going to be able to keep the child on the ship. It's way too dangerous, and for some reason you don't seem to be understanding that.
I know it's dangerous, okay? Like, I get that. I get that. Like, you stop every single fucking one of you telling me that. Like, I know. But it's, like, better if they're here and I can keep an eye on them. Okay?
I get your personal feelings on the matter, but I doubt you're going to change the captains. Ultimately, it is their ship, so it's their rules.
You just kind of hear Say mumble something under her breath. Okay, bye. You don't need anything from town, though?
Krodorm's already going to get what I need.
Okay. Bye.
See ya.
Say zooms.
Alright.
Yep. Say zoom in.
Alright, which one of you wants to go next? Captain?
Probably me.
I don't
Let's
hear any
knock it out.
volunteers.
Yep. Is Alexi doing anything? Is
I think
Rauko
Alexi
doing
working his
Alexi,
ass
who's that
off.
guy?
I think me and Lexi spoke. His character works in a side job.
Okay.
He's making money.
Is Rauko
If-
doing anything?
Rauko has the condition known as missinitis.
Oh,
Bedridden.
God damn it. We don't have our ship doctor today.
You can't cure missinitis. It just randomly goes away.
Almost as randomly as it comes.
Mm-hmm. Alright. You want to head off to visit your lovely father?
Yep. Lovely is a strong word for that man.
Give me a minute here. I already recaps information.
Yep.
I believe he would be located most likely, since it's a work week for him. He'd be found in the Senate buildings.
Right. Walking in, Unanoa would be wearing her old military uniform.
As you exit the ship, you see the two Dragonborn watching you.
Yeah.
Get out off to the, well, it's not the Senate building, but the council building, actually.
Yeah.
Where the council is based. Senate building is for the general lawmakers. Council building is where the leadership of the Republic lies.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
You can enter in just fine when you get there.
I will go up to the receptionist and in heavily accented Draconic, I will say is, I'm here to see Dristok Goldspear.
Goldspear. Yep. To my knowledge, he's in today. You could head down to his office. He looks at you. I know you. Yes, he's in his office.
Thank you.
Second floor, room 503.
I'm just gonna say, out of character, that pisses me off.
Why?
What
Because
pisses
he's
you off?
on the second floor, but the room number is 503.
Yeah. You do realize this building is massive.
It might be massive, but that's not how room numbers should work.
Don't care. I said it.
Yes,
You should
I-
complain
about
to your dad about it.
I'm
Yeah,
going
complain to your
complain-
dad about
I
it.
will complain to him about it.
All right, what do you want the room number to be?
Well, no,
change
it's
it.
just
No,
It's-
what do you...
No, no
what
going
do
back.
you-
That's what it is right now.
It's 503, but I could be...
because the first number should indicate what floor the room is on.
Oh, no, the rooms are numbered by how many... The order.
Yeah.
Can
The
it be
first room in the
503?
building the lobby is room 1. And it goes up from there.
Great.
The Republic are very atrocious when it comes to bureaucracy.
Mm-hmm. And I now regret making my persona neutral good, because I rolled a die. Alright, well, up
So you
we
can head to
go.
the second floor, passing through the various amounts Dragonborn in here. And passing through the many of the offices. Second floor is mostly hallways. The bottom floor had a large auditorium behind the receptionist desk, which is where the council typically gathers. But they are not in office right now. The council's currently not here. But you arrive to the grand office of your father. On the door says a gold spear on it. Room 503.
At which point, Unanoa will knock on the door respectfully, then cross her arms behind her back.
I hear a deep voice. Sounds the old voice of this dragon. Enter. A very raspy
Unanoa
voice. Do you have
opens-
a token for him?
No, I never made a token for him. I didn't think I'd be talking to him this quickly.
Neither did I. Things escalated last session.
Things escalated.
A lot of things escalated.
Yeah. And
A lot of character backstory almost came to effect.
yeah. Unanoa walks into the room and bows her head slightly and says his father.
You want to describe him?
Yes. He is a large dragonborn who has currently, because this isn't a well-lit area, is easily he can easily be told as brass scales. I believe that's the color. Yeah, brass, because brass is lightning. Brass scales, but have a lot of luster to them, so when any light reflects off of it, they look golden.
Currently, he's not in his armor. He is in his normal officer attire. Oh. I wasn't expecting you here anytime soon.
Well, I have multiple things to speak to you about, Father, following up on what happened in Thanatos first.
Yes, I got the word from your man, Boltree.
Yes. I imagine that the council, when they heard about that, were quite up in arms.
And rubs his temples a little bit. They're going to meet about it tomorrow. All the council members have been recalled back. Security is being tightened more enforcers have been called back to the capital.
Let's see. Well, I would like to put in a request that if there are any missions about the subjugation of the remains of Thanatos, that my crew be called upon. One of our men lost some heirloom weapons there, and I would like to get them back for him.
Keep you in touch. Most likely it'll take a few weeks for us to gather the supplies needed to go and obviously deal with the large amount of undead. Considering we still want to keep, the council wants to keep the city in one piece, as it's a very well established center of trade.
Yes.
So current rumors is going to be boots on the ground and a lot of fighting.
Understandably. The other thing I wish to speak to you about is also about these enforcers being recalled to the city. It would seem that one of my crew has some bad blood with 2 of them, twins to be exact.
Kind of thinks to himself. And he pulls from his desk and he goes through here's like the desk open, shuffles his papers. They have bad blood with those two?
Yes, it would seem that my crewmate who is a high elf, was part of the war that happened back at near the beginning of your career.
Gandros the Black, and Morolier the Ill-Tempered. I don't know what you want me to do about them.
Well, I was mostly here to see if there's any way for you to get them to back off. She's a member of my crew, and it is my duty to protect her.
Well,
And
the issue with enforcers is they operate separately of the military, as you are aware.
yes,
And the council answer directly to it. I can attempt to persuade them, but those two are two of the best enforcers the Republic has, and pissing them off is not in the council's best interest, as enforcers in the council stay on very, how do I put it? The enforcers are not required to stay with the Republic. They can choose to leave if they want. Most of them stay because they have a place to stay and they're given food and money.
understandably. I would wish, if possible, that we can limit their hunting of my crewmate to the capital.
Your crewmate being a high elf and these two hunting the individual tells me some details just thinking about it, about your crewmate. And they might be justified, but I don't know. I will discuss it with the council in the meeting tomorrow. Propose to keep all members of the Enforcer Corps confined to the Senate and Council buildings.
Thank you. And one last thing. Another one of my crewmates. I seem to be having a lot of problem with elves. A wood elf who was...
You just pick problematic crewmates?
The problematic crewmates tend to produce the best results.
You have 2 elves, and now you need more favors for me.
This is less a favor of you and more of maybe a necessity to be dealt with. You, based on her past and what she's told me, I'm sure that you know of her name, Saeynia Moonscale.
I'm familiar with that name.
It would seem that she is pregnant.
Oh. Tell her I said congratulations.
Yes, she is roughly 3 years along at this moment, but
Oh.
that has produced complications, as it seems that she was raised inside of some sort of cult, an elven cult of sorts, and the current leader of the cult, her father, she is convinced that he is either going to try and kill the child if it is a female, or kidnap the child if it is a male. And I will not allow a child to be raised on the sea, and as a compromise, I am trying to convince her to let it be raised at my current residence.
Okay.
As such, one of the conditions for this from my wife was to speak to you about finding this cult and, at the very least, killing the current leader. Which was my plan already, but I now only have 2 years to do it, instead of the 4 that I originally thought I would.
More and more asking.
If I didn't have to, Father, you know I wouldn't ask.
Better stay in the military. But that's not here nor there. It's what's done is done. Gave you a career only for you to destroy it. Anyway, fine. Oh, heightened security around your street.
Thank you.
I'll have patrols. Considering I am partly in charge of security of the city, it shouldn't be a problem.
And Father, I would have enjoyed staying in the military, but I cannot live a lie with my son. That is not how you raised me.
Though you may be a changeling, you're still a dragonborn in my eyes.
Yes. And
You're my child.
I thank you for that, Father.
Again, I'll speak with the council tomorrow. I might send you a messenger through it, but again, your crewmate has managed to piss off the 2 worst people they could have pissed off, if I'm being blunt.
Well, 'tis the life of a privateer, I guess. In retrospect, this still isn't the worst thing that's happened to me.
He starts counting on his fingers. Yep. I can name at least 5 other times. 5 worse things, but I think the worst one is you getting thrown inside of an Ustanian prison, but that's in the past. Wish you a good day.
Yes. I'll be waiting word, Father.
Send your wife my love.
I will. And she'll bow again. And
We'll
turn to
turn
walk
kind.
out.
And as soon as you close the door behind you, you hear the pop of a bottle.
And walking out, and then I have some shopping to do. And then a lot of other things to do for the next week.
God, fucking shopping, man.
They's had it rapidly approaching your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say even before you reach the house, you see the. And you must know it's this time of day. Yeah, the kids at school.
Actually, I've actually got to shop. So would that change the time? I gotta go pick up more weapons.
All right, rapid fire the shopping from all of you.
I bought a scimitar and a dual-bladed scimitar so I can be cool.
All right.
Done.
Krodorm, I have posted it. 1 day ration for the whole ship is 10 gold.
I see that.
Roughly, you're looking at 14 days. That's the high end. It would be 14 days of travel. 14 days of travel.
Yep.
So you might want to grab at least 20.
Yeah. And is there a a point where it's all dry and non-perishable for the sake of our travel, or is there a point where it's like, oh, if you get to this many day of ration food,
It's
then
not
our
perishable.
okay, cool.
You can get food that is perishable to improve morale. But your morale's at 10 right now. It'd be, well,
Yeah,
it
we'll
was,
be
it's at
fine.
9 right now, but it's increasing to 10 because of the shore leave.
Yeah. Yeah, so I will. Am I spending?
200
Yes,
gold for 20 days, depending how much you want to spend. You have plenty of gold.
yeah, I'll do that. I'll do the boat fund for it.
30 minutes.
Where's that?
30 minimum. Okay.
Okay. 30 minimum. I don't know who you are, Alexi. Let's see here. 20. Let me see here.
Neridi, I sent you the gold cost for those items you wanted, by the way. You didn't bother to send it to Krodorm?
I didn't send him to Krodorm because he's the one who has to buy them.
Where are those items?
All right, I will. Yeah, I'll do that from the boat fund. 200 gold.
And
you
you
can
also
use
put a
any-
price range on one of them, so I didn't know what you were going to put the actual price.
I'm gonna say 150 for the ice pops.
Yeah.
Do you remember what the luckstone I had you pay for?
I do not, but I can find out.
Okay. Because he had bought it previously. I want to keep the same price, but I can't remember off the top of my head. You also gave him. Yeah, obviously you did not send him the gloves because he can't get the gloves reliably.
Yes, they're being bought by someone else.
Yeah, I believe you sent Boltree on that. Of course you did. It's Boltree. I'm gonna say right now the luckstone will be 150 gold. Every bright lantern is 50. What else do you need to buy?
After that
Sabor,
is
you can buy your your book for 400. General crafting materials. God
wood.
damn it!
Gambling Den furnishings.
How much gold did you give him to spend?
After those two items, I would have 100 left.
The general crafting shit, I'm not buying all that with my personal money.
The boat fund?
Yeah, let's take a look at, because it's general crafting is it's for repairing the ship.
Repairing the ship, making shit for people like chase cannons and other shit. I'm not paying for all that. Personally. Like, if we need to chip in, I'll chip in, but like, yeah.
I'm looking for the because I believe it's the player's handbook that has the trade goods. That's where you can basically figure out how much. Because basically, I think we're going to be looking at like 100 pounds of iron.
I think I found it.
It's going to be a lot more than 100 pounds.
A good cannon, you're gonna need roughly 2 tons.
Tons?
Probably no, not 2. 1 ton. Well, cannons weigh about 1,200. You're counting the fact that you're going to have excess material. If you're making it, it costs you weighs 1,200 pounds for a basic 8-pound cannon, or no, 12-pound cannon is 1,200 pounds. You're probably gonna need about 1,300 to 1,400 because you're gonna have slag.
Yeah. So for 1 pound of iron is 1 silver piece.
Okay. So let's do some math. So you said silver. I see. What the fuck is it? This is the fun part of D&D.
A ton would essentially be 200 gold.
That's 2,000 pounds. So 100 gold for 1,000 pounds of iron. I actually found this. Google Doc. I love it.
I will pin it. That is a... Oh, I sent it to Ice Pop. Fuck. I had Ice Pop's channel up and I sent it to him. Oops. There you go.
Shit.
So, with that, how many you want to make chase cannons? Chase cannons are going to be basically a 12-pound cannon, 1,200 pounds. Material. You want to make 2 of them, one for the back, one for the front, or you want 2 in the front, 2 in the back? 4.
Yeah, it's up to Unanoa.
I think we're gonna have to only make one at first. We're gonna have to wait to make the second one.
So you're going to roughly need 200 gold. Well, it depends. I'm going to grab 150.
Sounds good, because there's also other iron items that need to be repaired around the ship every now and again. So 150 sounds good.
That's 150 gold. Mr. Krodorm. For 100. What? Fucking weighted stuff.
150, you said?
Yep, and how much would that be? So 2 silver
350
per.
so far, or for everything.
I'm trying to calculate the weight that was. 200 is for a ton. Was that 1,500 pounds material?
Yeah.
I think. So you can have 1,500 pounds of iron. The dock workers are going to be furious if they got to do this while they're trying to fix your shit.
All right. Besides that, there is the. There's also the wood.
Figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got a general.
So,
Wood costs.
one goat.
I think you need what 25 wood to repair what, the D10 we agreed on.
I don't know.
Ox, cow,
Because you said I can't repair on ship anymore. That we have to be in like a dry dock area.
Well, that's for the massive repairs. You can do patch jobs.
Yeah.
Keeping the ship afloat.
Ah, that was so long ago.
I'm going to say at the top of my head, 50 pounds of wood for...
Yeah, but you can only use mending so much.
Yeah, Mendy can only do so much repairing. We're talking the big gaping
Okay,
holes
so
that get caused in combat.
Extra wood for just some patchwork. 50 pounds.
So,
How much gold?
you can look at the book here. I love the document. Where is it? Where's wood?
Well, there's whatever the fuck Witchwood is. It's just
Witchwood.
pieces.
There, I got this. D&D wood cost.
Oh, it'd be lumber, wouldn't it? Nope, not lumber.
Wow, that's
Is wood like the one thing that they don't talk about?
at the value of materials. 1 gold worth equals 70 pounds.
Okay.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ, wood is cheap.
Wood is very cheap.
Yeah, so 1 gold equals 70 pounds of wood.
We'll
So-
Figure it out.
We'll make it easy. Well, 351 gold so far. All right.
Well, then just use just buy 10 gold worth of wood.
10 gold worth of wood.
Calculation for you. 70 times 700 pounds of wood are added to your inventory.
I think those are the two crucial ones you needed.
Mm-hmm. We might also want to grab a few yards of canvas,
Good God, man.
which a square yard of canvas is the same price as a pound of iron. So I would say getting 300, so 30 gold for 300 yards of canvas.
300 yards of canvas.
All of our money.
Yeah, it's
All of
not,
our hard-fought money.
it's not that much, really.
I'm at 390 at the moment. And then lastly for me, I think we just need, yeah, so iron, wood, canvas. Furnishings for the gambling den, if I can still do that.
God damn it.
I still intend to do that.
Sure.
Just the general cost to get all of that up and running. I can make a description of it later.
50 gold.
50 gold,
Oh,
alright.
I had-
Alright, so I'll take Neridi's 300 and then I'll sprinkle in my last. I'll sprinkle in my own 140. And then I'll be all my stuff.
Spore, you're buying the book, correct? Joel?
Yep.
Buying that book?
Yep.
Okay, you could buy that from that same merchant you bought other items from. 400 gold. You get the +1. Okay, Grimgar.
Also,
Uh,
I'm
we'll-
going to like buy a hat as well, but I don't want to waste all my money.
Don't you have an enduring spellbook?
He
Or
does
by,
have
like,
an endurance
spell.
spellbook. You're also going to have to spend quite a bit of money copying your spells over.
Yeah, you're gonna need like probably 100 gold worth of fucking ink, I think. I don't. That's a wizard thing. I don't pay attention to that. D&D cost to copy spells.
How much wood do we get again?
700
700
pounds of
pounds.
wood.
700 pounds, cool.
I'd say you want to also, Sabor, you want to buy a couple inkwells.
You mean ink bottles?
Yes. Bottles. Same thing as
Yeah.
inkwells.
No, like
Should tell you somewhere. Try and look it up real quick.
ink bottles. So they're like 20 gold, right?
You can look it up real quick. $10 per 1 ounce bottle.
I am gonna buy like 2 more to make my go at like 122.
Okay, it's up to you what you want to do.
I go at 122. So you know what? Fuck it. Let me buy the wizard hat as well.
What's
It's
that?
like common.
Oh, like probably 50 gold.
So
No problem to buy.
22 minus 50. You said that right?
Yeah, it's a common item.
So now my gold is at 72.
So I got the money.
Brian, you wanted all that gold to be only spent on the magic items? Is that what the letter would say?
Yes, that 300 gold I gave you was to
Okay, you get 50 gold.
specifically buy those items, because it wouldn't be enough for all that.
Alright, you get 50 gold back, because that's how much it would have ended up being, and I'll remove 50 from me.
That was rapid shopping, gentlemen.
Alright, that's all my stuff over what Saeynia has stuff to buy.
She
Thank
bought
you.
her blade weapons, I believe.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's
Then-
all I need.
Then
And
Requiem.
the only thing I was buying was the that scale ornament.
Yep, and you're able to buy that.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we call rapid shopping, gentlemen.
Yep.
Hold on.
This is what happens when you have all your stuff listed out beforehand.
Alright.
Exactly.
We know what we want and we want it now.
Exactly. We got it. We got this done in record time, under 20 minutes. I love this.
Also,
guess-
you know
I guess
that
we-
Ice Pops, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Do you know that tattoo you you tell me to get for my wizard? I want to get for for role playing. Like what if we did like drinking contest again? Like if I lose, I'll get like tattoo.
Tattoos.
By the way,
Regular tattoos or magical?
Magic tattoos.
we do need to hire a new crew.
Yeah, we're gonna get to it.
That's gonna be
do
done near the
the-
end of the week.
Yeah, do the I guess what? Yeah, say wanted to link up with Requiem, so go
Yeah.
do that thing.
Yeah, you can. If you guys want to meet up, Santa had probably already made herself home in your house.
Oh, no. She'd probably be sitting on the front porch. Like a naughty child who's been put out on the step.
Naughty child that put out on the stoop for the night.
Yeah.
Unanoa, who's still in her dragonborn form, walks up to her house and sees you. Why are you on my front porch?
I failed your test, by the way. I don't know. Feels wrong to go inside. Like, it's technically your house.
You're like a puppy. You can knock, you know.
Minecraft music in this fucking playlist.
Yes.
It's a good thing I have it muted.
Uenoa's son is playing Minecraft in the background. Leave him be.
I just found Calm Ocean Voyage music, and I was like, why the fuck is Minecraft?
Minecraft is good.
It's
Ugh.
good.
I know it's good,
It
but
worked.
I just realized.
Unanoa just kind of looks down at you and says this. You can knock, you know.
I don't deal with a lot of houses.
Well, you're going to have to get used to it. When you want to enter someone's house, you knock, and you ask permission to enter.
Not a vampire. Like, this seemed better than, like, scaling your window. Because that was, like, a thought that passed my mind.
Saeynia. I
You
need
gotta...
you to...
Offhand topic, does your house have a chimney? Does it have, like, a fireplace?
It more than
Yes.
likely would. It's a very, very fancy house.
Interesting.
And Unanoa, like, puts her finger in her face as she says is, repeat after me. If I wish to enter a house that is not my own,
If I wish to enter a house that is not my own,
I will knock on the door
I will knock on the door
and ask permission.
and ask for permission to enter the house.
Good. Now,
That was the talk with your dad.
he will see what he can do about the various things I brought forward to him. That is the best.
How are you a changeling with a dragonborn father?
Because my mother is a changeling.
Huh, understandable. I kind of assumed you came in the way of Mallory did, but like, that's nice, I guess. Can I go inside now?
Unanoa opens her door and says, come on.
Okay.
And,
Anna walks inside.
Yeah, on the stoop.
Unanoa looks to one of the servants and says, please alert my wife that I'm home.
He's aware. She saw Santa outside.
Yes. Where is she currently?
In the study.
Sienna has actually started to wander off.
You stay by my side. If you're going to act like a puppy, I will treat you like a puppy.
Sienna blinks. Oh, yeah, sorry. I just got distracted.
And Unanoa will
You can
start
find
walking
her in the study.
up the stairs to the study.
Oh, you can actually see that she is with your child. Currently reading a. See, he's kind of in a book, and she is kind of guiding him along some parts. Hello, dear.
Hello. Forgive me for appearing in this form, but I did not want to be walking around with clothes that did not fit.
Gives you a look of that's the problem.
Well, I mean, if you want them to come out of the shirt, they'll come out of the shirt.
Covers the child's ear. What do you want?
I just came to inform you that I spoke to my father, and he'll see what he can do about the various problems I have presented to him. As, after I left, more presented themselves to me.
This is why you shouldn't be a privateer, but here we are.
I'm hearing this a lot, but he said that he will, for the time being, he will increase the amount of security around this street.
And then nothing in one patrol.
Beard Saeynia is just kind of in the background, mildly amused.
As well as.
So what are we gonna do about her?
Well,
Were we
I
disgusted?
I came to see what your answer was for my proposal yesterday.
Oh, about her child staying here?
Yes.
That's fine. We're not exactly in a position to say no.
Thank you. And Unanoa
Sienna looks like the fact that this wife's answer is yes was not the answer that she was expecting, and she seems like almost disappointed about it.
Unanoa will look.
I've raised the child. Your child will be raised fine. I mean, we got this little one. She pulls on his ear. That still gets into trouble.
It's not that I'm worried about.
At which
You
point,
seem very nice.
Unanoa looks to Saeynia and says, I would also like for you to learn what it means to be a mother over the course. So,
Excuse me? That's part of the bargain now, too.
So that way, we can expedite her being able to take care of her own child and raise it herself. As we both know the longevity of the elves, even if we were to assist in raising the child, it will still be a child by the time we pass.
So we're spending the whole, how long you in port? We're supposed to spend here and teach her how to be a parent?
More, she's supposed to
I have
observe
raised
you.
2 children. I am fine. Thank you for asking.
You've raised 2 cultists.
My children were fine. That my apprentices are good people. I saved them.
I'm like an apprentice, not a child.
Mallory was mine, in all intensive purposes. Isabeau was the one I was given. I still raised her from age 8 till she was 24.
And what did you raise them to be?
Blood hunters. I saved them.
Yes.
The moment I found out my father was planning on marrying them, I sent them to the Sultanate.
During this conversation, she now grabs the kid by the ear, goes, "Go to your room." Kind of gives it a disgruntled look and goes, "Fine."
I don't even know your name. Sienna says it's like he walks.
What's the child's name on top of your head? I don't remember it.
It's I want to say it's Ardell. Let me double
It's
check.
your kid.
He is my kid, and
It's your kid.
The name is pinned for me for a reason. It is Andel.
Andel. Name is Andel. And you hear a voice behind him. Go.
You know, a year later I can teach you how to hunt pigeons.
No,
I've got
you are
nothing
not.
better to do.
At which point,
I really don't have anything better to do.
Unanoa will grab your floppy ear and pull it like a child's.
Ow,
At which
ow,
point
ow,
your
ow,
wife will
ow,
come up
ow.
and slap you across the face.
Ah,
Let go of her ear.
if she's going to act like a child, I'll treat her like one.
And what are you doing right now, too?
You only pull my ears if we're fighting or fucking, and I'm pretty sure we're not doing
She
either
slaps you in
one.
return.
Sienna laughs.
Both of
Saeynia,
you downstairs.
God, I missed that.
Which part? Don't answer that question.
At point, Unanoa just takes a very deep breath as she goes downstairs.
Before your wife heads down, she does grab 2 books off the shelf. Walks down. You guys kind of go down to the main table. Sits you down.
One moment.
and-
My dad's here. Can we pause this real quick?
Yep, we can move on to someone else. Krodorm. You guys head back to ship.
I
assume?
will elegantly return with all of the supplies.
You can go bring it to Neridi.
I will, I imagine they ship all of the hundreds of pounds, through some cart system, like Thanatos, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So the Republic has on their main streets, the center of the roads have a rail system. 2 of them, kind of like a. We
Trolley
see in San
system.
Francisco with the tram. Yeah, this is their way of transporting goods, and it's generally how all public cities are built.
With the mind of that the fact
Cool.
that they are all dedicated to cargo.
So within an hour, they're down by the dock.
Awesome, awesome. I will see you real quick. I'll go below to the Iron Man cave. Is the door locked? Is the door closed to the workshop on this day? This hour?
It is usually always closed just to kind of mitigate the noise that ever so slight bit.
Well, I'm here to break your concentration. I'm gonna knock.
Come on in.
Hey. Open the door and come in. I just jump in real quick to say that I got the things, and I'll hand you, or I'll look for a place to put the things on the desk. There's like a lot on the desk, so I'll like kind of move some things around for the lantern and the stone. Here.
There's a
there you
lot on the desk.
go. Yeah, I know.
You'd actually, you'd see
you
two.
know, I'll just put these on the floor.
You'd see 2 arms, just like Neridi's left arm, sitting on the desk. One of which she's currently working on.
After you put them back. And all of the rest, the rest of the materials are just right outside as well. Especially for the gambling den.
You setting those items on the floor, Slobber runs for the lantern.
Uh-oh.
Flopper. That's not yours.
You hear the glass crack a little bit.
I guess I'm mending that later.
He hands it back to Krodorm.
He's playing fetch.
Kind of grimace and take it back. There's slobber on it.
Oh, the lantern, yeah, is covered in a thick
I'm
layer.
gonna
of
put it on the crate next to me, so it's higher up. Was there anything else you needed from me?
No, Krodorm, I just needed materials to work with. Appreciate you going out to get it. I'd normally do it myself, but... all the shit
It's
out
no
there.
problem.
Are they still washing the ship?
Drumex said so. So,
Fantastic.
I imagine.
Well, after I finish this up for Ube, I'll have a moment free, so my next choice was either to get to work making cannons for the ship or do the gambling again. So I think I know what your preference would be.
Aye.
Predictable.
Well, I imagine when I get back from my bender, it will look fabulous. Absolutely stunning. In the meantime, you have a good one.
Same to you, Krodorm.
No.
Oh, and if you don't mind, once you head back out and you go to the bar, if they're still there, just let them know I said fuck you.
All right. Yinkar. You'll leave out the room.
Let's say after Krodorm's exiting, 10, 15 minutes later, both should enter your room.
Hello, Beltry.
And he would toss you the pair of gloves. They're kind of tied together.
Thank you for getting these.
I would like for you to know that they were a bitch to get.
I imagine they would be.
There's still a vampire problem down below.
I thought we dealt with that.
This city's always had a vampire problem. It's not going to go away. Those ones just so happen to come to the surface.
Well, I appreciate the effort you went to get this. Do know it's a...
I had something for you. And he flicks you a letter. Some elf handed me a note. For you. I didn't read it. None of my concern.
Insight check.
Go ahead. Alright, I gotta look at your shit. $13. Well, you can tell based on the wax, because it has a stamp on it. It has not been broken.
Appreciate it, Beltry. If you wouldn't mind, I assume you're going to go see Ube soon. Let him know his hand will be completed soon. And after that, if he wants to help me with the gambling den and building that from Krodorm, me and him can get to work on actually making some fun stuff and some cannons. Sure, that'll lift his spirits up a bit.
I'll inform him shortly.
Thank you, Beltry.
Walk right. I got to update his avatar soon. I remember. And the letter basically is telling you the location of your sister. With the letter A being signed at the end.
Alrighty.
Guess we'll move back to the captain.
Yes.
So, your wife sits you two down at the dinner table, and she sets two books in front of Sienna.
Mm-hmm.
You see, these are two lovely books of helping basic parenting. One, there's a book for everything. Now, I don't expect you to do anything with these. I'm providing you these out of my own home. You can take them on your travels, and I recommend you read them.
Okay.
Consider it a gift.
Thank you. Like, maybe I can be good at this since I fail at everything else. I'm not good at reading.
Yeah. Your motherly instincts will take over.
I don't think so. We don't have the best track history of that.
think tieflings have it any better.
Well, I mean, your child's still around.
I mean, I've almost killed him.
I mean, he seems relatively well fed and happy.
Does not matter. As long as the child's happy. At the end of the day. In which point you don't need to be worried about him being. He's still yours, and you're taking him back on the when you come back. Once you find your husband, hopefully it helps more.
I mean, he was the one who wanted a family. I didn't. I don't think, it's too much of a hassle. Like, children are obligation. I'm the next bishop, but, it's a
Enough
lot
with-
too soon.
No talk of the cult. None of that. You need to worry about the family in the future. The cult comes second. You're wearing too much.
The primary purpose of a parent is not to shape a child to be you, but to shape them so that they may meet the world and succeed.
Well, your child's shaped to be a little shit.
And sometimes they take on personality quirks of their parents.
So is, your kid gonna be, a little shit then?
See her grab a nearby mug. I'll say it again.
I never said it was
Oh,
your
no,
personality quirk.
What I wouldn't give to fight with Onken again.
This,
I
this
missed
is-
that.
No, this isn't a fight. Lightning starts flying when it's a fight.
Oh, boo-hoo, you can cast your fancy little lightning.
Don't act like you can't either.
Oh yes, the
mean-
child will be able to summon spiders. And be blind for the first week and a half.
She kind of rubs her head a little bit. Yeah. I don't see a problem with this.
Oh.
All you need to worry about is you taking care of her. The more you worry about the cult, it's not going to help. Yes, it will be a problem. But it's not a problem right away.
And if I have anything to say about it, it will not be a problem when the time comes.
You'll be a fine mother, Sienna.
We're talking about killing my friends, my family. Kin killers go to Avernus.
Say that again?
These are my friends, these are my family, Unanoa. I swore that.
Yes, but will they be a family if they come to kill your child?
They're not all bad. My father and his hounds are the main issue. My mother's gone, she left me in charge. Look how well that turned out.
Either way, it is a problem that I will resolve if you do not have the will to do it. I do not wish to kill everyone, but I will protect my crew, I will protect my family, and I will uphold
Elder-
my end of the deal.
Elder, it must be done, but I don't take any pleasure in this. I want my child to be safe. I want to be safe, but this is not... I don't have a home to go back to. If we kill it, we have to start from scratch, and...
And what's bad about
Like-
starting from scratch?
I do not think that my husband wants to stay in the order. I
Then
as much as it may be, we don't... It's not I want to go back, but it's not the best for my child. I don't think so. And by God, if it's a girl and Wyvern lets her live, I've seen it in my dreams. He will be just as bad. Crueler than Wyvern and her itself. And that scares me. And I'm terrified of that.
Sometimes
Children and parents exist as wretched mirrors of each other. I'm all Wyvern could be, and he's all I might be, the same with my child, and I don't like that.
Saeynia. That is not absolutely true. The children, while they may be reflections of their parents, have the potential to grow beyond them. You
Look how-
worry about being your father, about your child becoming you. Well, instead of worrying about what you could be better. Be better than you were yesterday, and be better than who your father is.
I was better. I did what I sent my children away. I sent my apprentices away. I lost so much time to be better, no matter how many monsters I killed, how much money I brought in. It will never be enough for them.
Then maybe it's time to stop doing things for them and to start doing things for you.
Sienna kind of just goes quiet. Doesn't really have anything to say.
You have the potential to be a good person. You have the potential to be a horrendous person as well. What matters is the choice you make, the path you go down, because your children will see that path, and how you raise them will decide whether they follow you down it or not. So ask yourself, if you and your husband were to raise your child, what path do you want them to go down?
I know what Onken wants. The one fight that I've had for the past 50 years. He wants to leave.
I mean, that's the best option.
I have responsibilities. He wasn't born into the cult. I was.
But
So
you
what?
still, you have the choice to leave.
There
Birthright,
are no other heirs. There is just me.
Then let it die.
My brother is dead.
Then let it die. Carry on your beliefs. But you don't need that cult to do so.
About your own. Well, not a cult. That makes sense. Why don't you start your own order? You're a blood hunter. There used to be hundreds of yours. I think that's a great idea.
I might just have to start that. Honkin will probably use an excuse to have more kids.
Well, I mean,
I don't see it as a problem.
that is a husband's duty, after all.
No, his duty is a drow. He's supposed to stay home.
You got lucky with one, mister.
Oh, no. I could have my pick of men.
Oh, no. I'm talking about him.
I did not get lucky with one. I've been unlucky to only have one.
Always far away. I suggest, Sienna, you start your own. Or leave it. You have two great options. Screw your old one. There's plenty of
I-
places in the world to go.
I actually can help you find my husband.
Actually, I want to talk about that. The directions changed.
What do you mean the directions have changed, Mr. DM?
It's to the west now.
Can you DM me on the map where it's at?
You don't know.
You just said
That's west.
west.
Yeah, west.
Yeah, it
Well,
was
there's-
north. Now it's west.
Like going down west? Because
It
like
seems
before
like
you,
it.
like before you gave me
It's-
cities.
Well, I gave you rough estimation based on cities.
Okay, can
It
you give
seems
me a...
like, with you now realizing it and noticing the sign, it appears to be heading south. Currently in a west. I don't have the city on top of my head.
Okay,
but
when you get
This
a spare
gives you a
second.
good. It gives you a good hope. There's a chance you might run into the person.
Good. Well, Sienna pauses a second. Well, he's moving. I'll give him that shit. Oh god, his poor crew.
Now that you have that to think of,
Do I
me
have
and
to
you
start
are going to spend the next week, and I'm going to talk to you about the basics of children, and what I had to endure with the one upstairs.
Can I teach him how to hunt pigeons?
No.
He's like old enough.
No,
Please?
he's already violent enough.
Yeah, but like he's old enough. I was married at his age. He'll be fine. Killing a few pigeons, it's fine. He's what, like 8?
That's not a goal want him to have.
But you could though. But
I want
how-
him to be a successful sorcerer and not a privateer like his father.
Yeah, but have you considered if he's not a sorcerer though?
I will not have that kind of talk in my house.
Santa just kind of shrugs. I mean, my kid will have spiders. All of the spiders. Oh god, so many
I
spiders.
mean, even if he's not a sorcerer, learning magical theory, he could be a wizard.
Well, old enough for hand-to-hand combat.
With that, me and you are going to spend the week together and discuss it.
Okay. Do I have to start setting up a nursery in one of these rooms?
No, you do not. That is a while later.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I don't know how to theme shit. I don't know.
Let's transfer one of the rooms into something. I don't think about it. We have 3 years, right? 2.5. Plenty of
well,
time.
technically 1 if I deliver early, so that's like.
You're not
fun.
doing that.
Okay, you know what? You can tell the baby that. I'm sure they'll fucking listen.
I'm sure we can use magic or something.
We'll come across that when it comes. We'll deal with it when it comes. Like all the other problems that you are having. We're dealing with them one at a time.
Yes. Well,
Don't worry about the cribs. Don't worry about any of that. You need to learn the basics.
Okay.
Another part is when the child is delivered. If you so desire to continue along your venturing, it can stay with me. It's no problem. But consider this your first goal. Find your husband.
Yeah. The more I think about it, a lot of this shit isn't making sense, and this brings up a lot of questions about my relationship I don't want to think about.
like,
Well, don't think about them. Worry about right now. Worry about them now.
while the wife is distracted with Saeynia, Unanoa is going to try and sneak up to go speak to Ando.
You can find Andel. Give me a stealth check. You will. I'll lower her passive perception down. Two smacks. Yeah, I'd say she's distracted enough. What do you mean 2 smacks?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go upstairs, and he's in his room.
Unanoa leans on the doorway. I hear you're causing trouble for your mother.
He looks at you. Everything I do causes trouble, apparently.
I think your mother is just used to dealing with my antics and doesn't want you to also go through the same harshness that she's put me through.
Sense.
She means well, but if I know your mother, her will is strong and her ability to say all the right things at all the wrong times is high.
Sounds like Mom.
How have your studies been going?
Going well. I got good grades. Struggling with the more advanced things, but that's about it. It's boring.
Yeah. Well, back when I was your age, my father was teaching me how to use a sword. Didn't always pan out so well. Decent with them,
I
but
think Mom would have hurt you if you tried doing that. To me.
well, it's also not the life I want for you. You see, my goal is to make it so that you can choose what life you want to live. That you don't have to be restricted by family tradition. My father was a soldier, his father was a soldier. And
So you don't want me to be a murderer, is what I'm hearing.
I don't want you to be on the wrong side of the law.
That's
At
fair.
least not in the Republic. Other countries, well, it depends. At the end of the
Do
day,
you care to stay with us?
what do you say?
Is she here to stay with us?
She will be visiting from time to time whenever we come to port. She, insistent on trying to teach you how to shoot a crossbow.
I don't really care for those. Anything else?
Well, I hope you're doing well with your studies.
Yeah.
The last thing I would want is for your mother to find a way to blame me for them.
She blames you for a lot of things.
A lot of things are my fault.
So she's not wrong about many of the things she says.
No, she's not, although she does exaggerate just a little bit.
Guess you don't want to hear some of the things she says then.
I've heard a lot of what she says. Her filter doesn't go away just because I'm here.
You can say that.
Just remember, when you go to look for a woman, you're either going to find one that acts like me, Well, one that actually.
Roll his eyes.
You know, when my father told me the same thing, I rolled my eyes too.
Go away.
Oh, you can't make me.
Oh, but Mom can.
Oh, yes, she can, but she's not here right now. You're stuck in here with me. As Unanoa walks forward, it basically lifts him up.
Child responds with the classic children giggle. You'd understand.
Yep.
You
And,
can spend time with your child.
Yep.
At some point, whenever Say and like Anglin are done talking, Say's gonna like walk up to the kid's room and kind of just be like, "Hey, I'm Say. I kind of live here now, and I'm probably gonna keep living here for 10 years or so. Do you want to hang out? Like, I can show you like the cool parts of the city where you haven't been.
You hear a loud no from the downstairs.
Do you want to go see? Have you ever seen a baby pigeon? You want to
At
go
this
see a baby
point,
pigeon?
I'm going to need a deck save from you.
Ow. Say's not even doing like anything and wants to see if he wants to go fucking hang out.
Where's my deck save, Hollow? Sorry,
I'm doing
C.
an old.
Come on, C. It's gonna
I
take
think
me
it's
a while to get used.
11.
You
What's
have
the
you have a
implication?
mug smash you in the head.
Ow, fuck.
Wasn't aiming for your head. Get back down here.
I just like I'm gonna be here for like 10 plus years.
She grabs another one,
Can't I like spend time with your kid?
and you see lightning gather around this one.
God damn it. What do you want from me? I'm trying to be nice.
Stop trying to turn him into you. I don't want him to know how to use a crossbow.
I'm not. You said no. I was just gonna take him like out to go see like where the wild pigeons nest. And
Yes,
not
and
kill-
go what? Get your
Act-
ass down here.
Actually, no. Like, as you can see, Say has unstrapped her crossbow and shit. It's just like on the table. It's like I don't have anyone to explore the city with anymore.
Tell you what, we can maybe arrange that.
With adult supervision.
I am 75. What? I'm an adult. Unanoa, I think I remember you being born, like, fuck. I've been in this capital since I was 20.
Get downstairs, along with you, up there.
God damn it.
Fucking hell.
We're not done talking.
Which point, Unanoa puts Andel down and looks to him and says, "Now remember, if you're going to do something that's going to get you in trouble, make sure your mother's not around first." And then walks out.
What'd you say to him?
I said that he shouldn't do anything that will get him in trouble around you.
Say just kind of like fucking sighs. She's like, "Oh yeah, so I'm probably gonna have like my baby here, so you're gonna have to get used to that. Sorry." And fucking walks down the stairs.
She does have a grin on her face, but she drags you guys downstairs to continue the conversation for the rest of the night.
Mm-hmm. Do I get like what are the two books you gave me? Like essentially what to expect when you're expecting and child raising for dummies?
Basically, the common books that normally a wife might get sometimes, or a mother to be. It's basic things such as also revolving around child health.
How to be a mother for dummies.
Yeah.
Basically.
Say just kind of like looks at these and kind of like looks at her. She's like, I got these for my wedding. I never actually read them though.
Read these ones.
You got those for your wedding how many years ago?
I was 8.
We're not talking about this again.
Oh, no, we didn't actually use them. I think we used them as coasters. I'll tell you, I much more enjoyed the scimitars they gave me.
Yes. Well, I'm out of actually tangible things to speak about. So
Yeah, so is Say.
Yep, and that's what I was doing here.
Yeah,
Is
Say is done.
you spend the rest of the night talking with each other, and we'll move on
Yeah.
to anyone else who wants to do anything in the night.
Dead set.
And
I am.
we are going to
I
be
don't
skipping
look.
kind of. You guys can look for things you want to do over the week because I would much rather not cover every day individually. That would take several sessions.
yeah, I'm doing
Is there a library?
Between the two,
A
can
library,
I
you know.
Yeah, there's one.
split my time?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm most
sorry.
likely going to be there.
Okay. What hole? See.
Mr. DM, can I split my time between England and then, because I imagine 8-hour days for feet training, and then I go hang out with England and the child at night.
Yeah, you're
Okay, I
more
just
than
wanted to
able
make-
to.
I just wanted to make sure for.
He can only deal with you for so long.
I just need to know for me working toward that feat, sir.
Yeah, you'll get your feet.
40
Okay.
more days left.
And then you're gambling, Requiem. I know that.
Yep.
Waiting on the captain to come back to deal with the results of size test.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep, you guys can head back to the ship. Probably tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I've probably got about 300 dice rolls to make.
Oh, give me 7. Fucking 14 rolls. Just do advantage rolls for me to make it easier. So give me 7 advantage rolls. That would do both, you know?
Yeah. Funny thing about that.
What?
I don't
Would
think I
have
can
advantage.
roll with advantage.
Because it would have advantage on each of the rolls.
They already were at advantage, right? As a slapper.
No, Slopper's just giving me a mechanical benefit.
Oh, okay.
Alright, start rolling them. And what? Yes?
I was just gonna say is we could honestly just type into the chat roll 14 d20s.
Yep. So r/14 d20s plus something.
And then 14 d20s, and then we just manually add the modifier on the end of them to see which ones succeed.
What's your total modifier for each roll?
Plus. It's +8 at the moment. Give me one
Plus
second.
8?
Yeah.
You do that. You lost money in your gambling, didn't you?
Yes, I didn't. I failed all 3 because you rolled insanely high.
I'm not apologizing.
Oh, sweet Capitan. After that is resolved, I, Krodorm Orabar, would like to go carousing.
Is it booze, I assume?
A week-long bender.
So that'd be under relaxation.
No,
It is
the
the
carousing.
specifically carousing one.
Carousing.
The 10 gold option to start. I will leave a couple of items in my room as to not, because Krodorm might have low wisdom, but he's not stupid. So he's just going to bring with him his hand axe, just for if anything happens. His hand axe and the 10 gold he'll need for that week, or for this week.
D100 gives you effects, right? It's D100 you get to roll.
Let me see.
That works for Requiem. Plus 10 to starting at 10.
No, it's so because it's for his downtime, it's individual, so he just rolls a D100 at the end of his downtime, and then if it's a 10 or under, a complication during his downtime happens.
There's a D8 for the complications of carousing.
Yeah.
And
We
then
need to give me a D100
resolution.
roll first.
Of 21.
Let's see. First, he needs to make a charisma persuasion roll to see how many contacts he makes.
Okay, give me a persuasion roll.
All right. Go back to the character. Persuasion.
Jesus fucking Christ, Brian.
I'm listing it out for you to make it easy.
14. So 14 is you make an allied contact. Then
Okay.
you'll roll a D100 there, Notegard. And if it's 10 or under, you get a complication. Okay, no complication, so no need to worry about that.
So is it for him?
Yep, that's it. So he has one allied
All
contact
right.
that you'll have to probably make at some point. That'll be able to do something for him.
Krodorm, you want to put? I'll put that in your DMs if you want to remind me at some point.
All right.
Also pin it. So at some point, or next, I don't know when it's gonna become relevant, but at some point I'll get around to doing it. Making you made a buddy. No one like Jimmy Gibbs, obviously.
Of course.
Jimmy's the best sailor there is. All right. Icebox is working. We already did his thing for him. He's making that dough on the side. Ryan's crafting.
All right, it's all in roll 20.
Yeah, you finished those items pretty fucking fast. Jesus. Yeah, you're making the 2 gauntlets, right?
It's gauntlets, and then transitioning into the gambling den once they were done.
That's all we say on the 3rd or 4th day you had it. Or probably like the 2nd day in, you probably had it done.
Both, or
just the one, and the gambling den would be done by the end of the week. With you going full force. Krodorm's not getting any sleep in his room. Not
You get perfect sleep.
Yeah, by the end of the week, you have those items done, and you think because you had a bunch of fucking 2 nat 20s. Goddamn. Yeah. Hollow. You're learning with the wife. Let's see now. Take me back.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm hanging out with the wife and then doing 8-hour days, doing my feet training.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Training.
oh boy. I'm gonna have that sharpshooter feet in a couple of weeks.
That's pretty nice. Anyone else doing anything? Important, remarkable?
Yes.
I do have one question.
Yes.
So you said that he's moving. Is he
Mhm.
still, like, at the west? Has he, like, moved a super bunch during those weeks, or...?
Southwest. West, southwest, kind of. Can be precise.
Okay.
Points in a direction.
Whatever.
Yes?
Whatever night I get done with the gambling den, I'm just going into the captain's cabin and just passing the fuck out.
Anyway, it's probably the 2nd day. Saeynia needs to get punished.
Yep.
Or you can do that at sea.
I don't know,
Well-
kind of like up Unanoa.
It doesn't help do it while we're not at sea, because the point is to put her upside down on the mast.
Sorry, what?
First day out at sea, then.
Yeah, first day out at sea, you're going to be spending the day after you do your navigation upside down on the mast, and people get to throw knives at you.
During the time I would not be carousing, I would obviously wait for Unanoa so that we can recruit new people.
Yep.
Recruitment run time. Give me persuasions.
All right.
And do you want to look for the white dragonborn?
Yeah, I'll look for the white dragon.
Water or water Pokemon?
Yeah. Looking for
Do
the
you want
ice
to go
Pokemon
white or do you
just
want to
set
go
up
for
the fire.
silver?
All right, and I will.
Give me a D20 roll for that.
Okay.
Where's your luck roll for that?
That's a 10.
You don't find any white dragonborn.
God damn. Oh well.
You find other colors.
Since might be hiring these guys, I will more than likely get advantage from it from my feet. So let's see how it goes.
Do I find any?
You
Well,
fucker.
No, that's the luck roll for both of you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
On your
Let me see.
That 14 rolled off of a nat 20.
What's your current population of the crew?
21.
Yep.
17 brave sailors. Agree to join you.
All right.
Adjusting now. 35 plus
At the end of the week,
38. All right.
ship is taken out of dry dock. You ready for the charge? 300 gold.
300.
300. For,
4 pairs and.
Well, with discount, it comes out to about 240-ish.
It should have been 176 from how much damage we had.
Okay. We'll say 200.
Okay.
Damn you, administrative fees.
Yeah. All
You
right.
also smashed into shit.
Yeah. So
Well,
what do we
I
down
did.
to about 500-ish gold in the ship fund?
Yeah, you're burning through it now.
No, I mean,
How much supplies did you buy in total for food?
I just decided to go for an even 20. So we have 26 days.
How did Ube like his hand, by the way?
Ube loves it. Probably the day that you give it to him, you are hearing nonstop cannon shots from it for a good half hour. And he is ecstatic. For reference, his hand now is a metal hand. The wrist can disconnect through a little cannon arm attachment, similar to Guts' arm from Berserk, for best example. With an axe head over, it can be put over the where you punch someone over his fingers. Like brass knuckles. Ube now has a weapon that is deadly. Obviously, you can't use it for the first hour, but after that, he tunes. All right.
Not that much.
So-
So as the convening point, we would need to decide. Obviously, I think we're going to the Sultanate, but we didn't exactly. We just got Neridi just told us, oh, you know, there might be something in the Sultanate, so perhaps we should actually talk about that in character now.
All of you can gather, including Lexi.
Oh wait, actually, before that, sorry. I would say to the captain, just on one of these days, or like after we were done recruiting. Oh, so Captain, what was the expression of that Alexi when you told him to kick rocks?
I hired him on.
You did what?
Well, with his abilities as a druid, he is more than suited to be a healer. And with Varys now definitively gone, as we've not seen him for over a week, we need a new surgeon.
Aye, we go from a cleric to a druid? Does that work?
I mean, what is a druid but a cleric for nature?
I don't trust him.
Well, I'm sure that'll change. He's a dwarf. You'll get along, right?
No.
Oh, well. If it makes you feel any better, I'll leave you in charge of his punishments in the future.
I'll see.
It's a terrible thought.
Just no keel hauling.
I'll think about it. And then we can get to it.
And because I thoroughly forgot about the coins that were in Varys's room, we show Alexi to his new room. And
no, we would grab those now that we know that he's gone.
okay.
What was in that sack? Ice Pops. How much coinage?
Let me check the exact numbers.
It was 500.
Also, did you identify that stone for me when I gave
Yes,
to you?
I would have identified that stone.
Stone of good luck.
Stone of good luck.
Stone of good luck.
I believe it was.
No. You're the one that found
Yeah,
it.
500.
So,
500 gold?
and Unanoa will toss it to Krodorm. You're the one that found it. As always, finders keepers. That'll bring you good luck.
All
Maybe
right.
it'll make up for your blindness.
I can see perfectly, I'll have you know.
I can see clearly now the rain is
Alright.
gone.
It was 500 what coinage? Gold?
Gold.
Ah, back to the ship fund.
Yep, all would have gone into ship fund. Alright.
Alright, now convened. Boom, done. Good luck, Stone. Boom, done. All right.
You guys hired on crew the last day or the last couple of days?
On the last day.
Yeah, last. Yeah, if not, either second to last. One of those 2 days.
Captain, do you have any coffee?
I do not believe we got any cacao beans, no. You know what? We're going to the Sultanate. They have good cacao beans grown down there.
That doesn't help me now.
Say is absolutely pestered the fuck out of Neridi. She's got no rest.
All right,
And
well,
so, Brian, did you mentioned at the very end of last session of your note about the Sultanate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Aye, Captain, so are we going to follow this lead at the Sultanate, or should we go back to Harlock and see if he has anything more concrete?
Harlock said that he would contact us once the details of the job he is lining up are in. So, for the time being, we are left to our own devices, so we'll be going to the Sultanate, because according to Miss Bronzepark's information, Miss
Captain,
Bronzepark's...
I heard that, and I'd normally be offended, but I'm too tired to care right now. By the way, did you ever find out any information about my problem?
My father said he would speak to council about it and try and restrict the enforcers to only being in the capital.
You didn't hear any word back after the week?
No.
No. They may still be discussing it or trying to implement it if they are. It shouldn't be too hard considering that they've already recalled all the enforcers to the capital. If they do go through with it.
The council is essentially like somewhat worthless. Like, expect an answer in 2 to 4 business months.
Yeah.
Neridi.
Alright. In that case, I'll be preparing for war.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But throws silver coin over the railing and says and now I need to remember her name because it's been so long since I've said her
Alyssa.
name. Alyssa?
So,
Miss Alyssa? Take us out.
Hey.
Well, by the way, Captain, I did buy something for the ship. Or had Krodorm pick it up for me. Oh, we stuck that torch to the front to kind of help see.
Yes.
I got an upgrade for it.
Alrighty.
So, hand you over that ever-burning lantern, or ever-bright lantern.
Alright, well. I guess I'll give it to... I'll give it to Ube and ask him to put it there.
I'll take it.
Just
Most
go down to the deck. It's
crucial
like,
crew pieces
All right,
together.
men. The captain said we're shipping off. Get to your places.
They all start scrambling around. Final
do
bit of
those,
supplies secured.
Go ahead.
Should probably do those rolls, shouldn't I?
First, you need to calculate your route.
Yes.
all right, we are here.
It's like a... so sorry.
We
it's
will
like
go.
A +4, right?
Which
Who
which
would
which-
have recruited Alexi? Probably.
the captain?
Unanoa.
Yeah, then
Yeah, the
No.
captain.
you're
I mean,
present
y'all
during
wanted to
the
do
meeting.
a meetup.
Oh, the routing, by the way, Alexi. You're considered. You're important enough.
Hey, 15.
Well, if Krodorm disagrees with me, you're important to me.
15 for navigation, sir.
When
Oh,
I was
sorry.
brought on, I will have asked Unanoa to give me a new name, or whatever they wanted to call me.
Do you still speak to everybody telepathically?
Yes.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna call you Mindspeak. You'll be Alexi Mindspeak from now on.
Really will. Alexi,
Game
wait,
two.
Alexi Mindspeak? Or just Mindspeak?
Alexi Mindspeak. That way you have a last name.
Well, this is unique. I like it.
The rest of the crew gives him a weird look.
I don't have anything nice to say, so I will refrain from saying it.
You act like you couldn't hear your thoughts anyway.
If he can hear my thoughts, we're going to have a lot more problems.
Okay. So the plan was to go to was to basically sail towards. We could sail to Hasaka, spend probably a day there. Then, after going through Hasaka, go to Almiz.
Well, we probably want to go along a route that we'd be fairly confident in trying to get some whaling.
If we want to go whaling, that's more of an open seas thing. So we can go.
I mean, you're the one who wanted to do it.
Yeah. So if we go through the Dragon Sea, and then we go down from the. Then we can hit Droyos along the way, and then go to Almiz.
We travel how many
160
miles
a
in
day.
a day?
160.
160.
That's roughly 1420 divided by 60. That is 8.8 days, so 9 days.
That's not a bad
Oh
amount of
boy,
time to
that's
be on
another
the sea.
2 weeks of crafting.
Yeah. So yeah, whaling happens on the open sea. This will probably be the best route to take if we want to encounter whales. And if we encounter a whale before we hit Droyos, we can sell it there, and then head to Almiz.
Alright, by the way, since I'm done with the gambling den, all that, I'm going to be working on the chase cannons now that we actually have the materials for it.
Not for one.
Only going to be doing 1 check a day.
Yep. Alright. We start off with traveling.
Reckon.
Why did you roll scimitar attacks?
Because it's the same modifier.
Because it's this same bone. Yeah, it's the same modifier.
Right. You have 2 here.
Well, advantage because of the
We're
spyglass.
gonna need 7 more from you.
Yeah.
If it is.
Then do
But I-
shift control.
Yeah, if you do shift, you'll while you're hovering over it, it'll show up with the plus on the d20, and that'll do advantage.
One day at a time. Okay, hold on.
Hold up.
So is it a +6 or a +5?
Should be a +5, so that should be an 11. That should be a.
You gave me the wrong item.
Hollow.
Hollow.
See.
Your dyslexia is coming through again.
See now.
All right. Well,
Oh
because
shit, I did 6.
yeah.
God damn it!
Oh, it's a
I'm sorry.
11, 25, 13.
Well, subtract a 1 from it.
Yeah.
What, Dad?
11,
Yep. 11
25,
Second day.
13.
Oh no, it's just me. I did wrong rolls. I'm sorry. I rolled wrong. I'm not winning at D&D.
Are you winning,
No, that
son?
was...
Oh.
Oh, hey, by the way,
yeah.
there's a stray
Una-
cat at work. Can I bring it
Unanoa.
home? Okay.
What's up?
You know what you get?
What do I get to do? Do I get to roll the event?
No. Oh, no. I'm gonna like this. Oh, stop rolling. Sienna.
Did I do good now?
Take 15 damage.
Oh yeah, that.
A single lightning bolt out of nowhere strikes him.
You know, you already slapped me today. Why did you have to strike me with lightning?
Because they told you they were gonna do it earlier.
You told everyone you were going to strike him with lightning at one point this week.
So, Captain...
Who else have I said this to?
Should I... Now that we've got our course charted, is it time to do the thing, or... That actually looks kind of painful.
Okay, I'm sorry I've been quiet because I'm trying, I found a good image of what Sabor hat looks like.
Alright.
He got a big hat.
Who else did I say is gonna strike with lightning? Wreck. We'll do it right now.
I'm not going to say it because that'd be I'd be a bad friend if I did.
Howard. Alright, cool. I'll give you the more. Alright. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You mean 2 more. See?
And then what do we need? 8 McRolls?
Yeah.
Yes. We're gonna get all the rolls out one go.
Gotcha. I'm tracking everything as soon as it happens.
Yep.
That's 8 days so far.
I'm going to do this.
No, that's 6
8 days
days
in
so
total.
far. We need 2 more days.
So far. Okay.
Hey, do I need to cook?
You here?
Yeah, we'll do it in a second.
Me?
Yes.
Yes. I need 2 more rolls from you for ramification.
Okay, I'm sorry.
9 days. You're good. I mean, those when you get a chance. And then we'll
Right.
go through the luck rolls. Next one. Okay.
Yeah.
I
we're
did good this time.
good. Yeah. It's amazing what advantage does.
Oh yeah. I think the lowest 2 are the 11 and the 13. Wow. Yeah. She did a very
Be our
good
first
job.
couple days.
Yeah.
Depends on if we get any cloudy weather.
And on top of that, I'm going. I'll have Rec Room. Give me 9 luck rolls. Or give me 9 luck rolls. The D20. You can just do it as a group.
So is that a good 9 days of rations going? Alright.
1 second.
Ooh, there's a 1 in there.
Damn it, Requiem.
That's a lot of 3s.
These will decide
How do you
whether-
roll 4 3s?
Not only that, but 4 3s in a row.
Oh god, the 15. We're gonna go with the 15. Goes to the first day and go down that list.
Yeah.
As a nat
Well,
1.
Yeah.
Then
Hey guys,
that
remember that dragon
was-
turtle?
That's the 4th
We
day.
ain't doing no dragon turtle. We're fighting
day
fucking
we had
Moby
to-
Dick.
I'll fight Moby Dick. Moby Dick's a better stabler to fight.
What's this here?
When do you want me to roll my stuff?
Wait till after we get approximate how many days we're out here for. On the what was it? On the 3rd day, clouds start to gather. And on the 4th day, you are greeted with an absolute monster of a storm.
Oof.
The winds are thrashing. It's basically a hurricane out right now. The troughs of the water are massive. One good one would possibly, some of them are smashing like level on the ship. The ship is rocking.
Damn it, we just fixed the ship.
Going to need a con save from the boat. Else it take damage. So you had just passed the gap, I think. 1, 2, 3. Oh, keep going. I'm gonna mark it on the map. Krodorm, you could take out 4 days of rations.
There.
Right there.
We'd be right here.
Alright, it's marked on the map. So, on your way through after the gap, the storm had gathered. It was just absolutely slamming in the ship. With Sienna and the Helsen trying their damnedest to keep course.
How many rolls do I need to do for cooking?
You can do 4 right now.
Yep.
One.
Good.
Oh, nat 1. I burned the bacon.
RL drops to 1.
Nat 20.
RL goes up by 1. The max again.
Second nat 20.
I'm gonna have you do a disadvantage on that one, actually.
Okay.
So just one more.
Well, that's during the storm.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Wasted.
Fucking
Oh my
Christ.
You
fucking
go to
god. Am I glad we weren't doing a drinking game today? Because that would have been 4 shots right there.
Despite the storm, Sabor was able to churn out the food.
Evidently,
God.
we just needed a storm to have Sabor to cook good.
I am in by nature.
All right. This is gonna be interesting. I'm going to need a D100 roll.
Want me?
Sienna, give me a D100 roll.
What is the con modifier for the ship?
Should be listed in ship combat. I can look for you right now. Or ship actions.
Because I was gonna do that.
The con is a +3.
Okay, I'll do that while you're describing stuff.
Sienna? Sienna?
I went to get another piece of pizza. I felt my sugar drop.
You're good. I need a D100 roll, man.
Requiem. That's your 5th 3
In a row.
in a row.
I'll have you
Ship
know.
takes 1d10 damage.
That's not
I'll
bad.
roll the D10.
That's not bad.
Oh, okay, start to escalate rapidly. 2 damage to the ship. Mark that down, Neridi.
I rolled a 56.
Oh. Did you know?
Oh, I did.
Did you know?
I did. I don't like this. But yeah, I rolled a 56.
1 second. Oh, it's a spice pops. So, you start to cross over a... This is going to be a fun one. Give me a second here. Okay. So, during the midst of the storm, with the waves battering along the ship, very few of the crew are above deck, but some of them are going around. They are batting down the hatches, securing the lines, and making sure they're whole. And with how bad the storm is, they actually start to raise the sails. I'm going to need a D4 from the captain.
Alright, D4 coming up. It's a 3. So that is the 6th 3 I've rolled.
We start drinking right now. You go. You need it?
Okay. Okay.
Captain, the world's flipping.
So you guys are currently near a large island too, probably a few hundred feet from it. You see the absolutely largest wave of them crashing towards the ship, and most of the crew start to move, but 2 of them don't realize it. It is Boltry and Ube, who are busy securing one of the main lines, and the wave strikes. And it sends those 2 flying overboard.
Shit.
I'm going to... Hold on.
Can anyone, swim?
I can.
Am I on deck?
I would say... it's your choice. Were you on deck or not?
Yep.
Because this is a very violent storm. There's a chance some of you don't want to be on deck.
And Unanoa would be on top deck. And
I guess I would be since there's damage to the ship.
Yeah, and
I'm trying to
they get
prevent
sent
further
flying
damage.
a good amount of feet away. And
Well,
you see as Boltry hits the water first, and then you see Ube land almost on top of him.
Don't we have Slopper offhand topic? Just a suggestion.
Well, I actually wanted to try something.
Go ahead. What are your ideas?
Well, I got this shiny new arm.
I'm gonna need another con save, by the way, from the
From the
ship.
All right.
Yep.
I wanted to use one of those grapple shot features we don't have finished yet.
I know you don't have it finished yet.
Man overboard, I want to shoot them all on.
Sure. They're about 40 feet away from you. And moving away fast.
In that case, if they're moving like that, I'm gonna see what happens if you manage to make the line. If you don't, I'm jumping in.
Thing. What weapon's gonna be your... Have we decided what the weapon's gonna be? I haven't fully decided. Fuck. Why do you want to use the item right now?
I mean, it's a range
not
weapon,
finished.
So it's
Well,
just
it's not finished, but this is a good use for it.
I know. Use slobber. Or something.
I know
Get
what.
you that item finished.
I have the ring of swimming on me. It's on my. Oh no, Neridi has that ring of swimming on her persons. Should I give it back?
No, I don't.
Oh,
Why
I
not
have it.
just tie a rope to Swabber and throw him in
You
the
also
water
have
to
the
get
other
him?
item.
I do have the other item, which is why I'm jumping in. Yep. So the captain sees Ube and Boltree go over, and she immediately jumps into the water, and you see her swimming with no problems.
That was a nat 20 to shoot the rope to him, by the way.
Jesus, really?
Fuck's sake. Fine. Yeah, it reaches them. They can grab it.
Alright.
Boltree's unconscious. Ube's holding on to it for dear life.
Yep. Unanoa is going
I'm not even aware what's happening.
with them.
What?
Krodorm!
I'm gonna
I need your help.
Who is that?
Probably making work right now.
Who's calling me?
Neridi! I'm on the top deck. I need your help.
Aye, what is it?
Ube and Boltree went overboard. The captain jumped in
What?
after them.
Oh, laws. All right, I'm coming.
And
Oh.
I am most likely hear this as well from the kitchen and going, upstairs.
Unanoa is going to swim out to them as fast as she can, and seeing that Ube is conscious, is going to pull the ring of swimming out of her pocket and try and put it on his finger.
You can do it. He looks at you funny. And you see him crack his smile. Aren't you married?
It's a ring of swimming.
Oh. I was gonna say I'm not interested, but that works too.
Could you two save the conversation for after you're on board?
She wants to marry me.
Like hell. And I'm going to help him bring Boltree on board now that we both have swimming speeds.
Yep. I'm gonna need a con save from the boat.
Copy.
You're not gonna like. All right, who's on top deck?
I'm most likely me. And
Everyone who's on top deck, I need a deck save.
Say's actually probably under deck,
Do
Okay.
I see it coming?
vomiting her guts up.
I think you see
I
the
would say
storm
you're
coming.
more distracted on.
I
pulling
won that
people.
one. I'm going I'm overboard.
God
Would
damn
you want
it.
to say that?
What? I'm pulling people what?
Not you.
For comedic effect, I just mentioned I finally got up deck and big ass war just hit me off.
Yeah. So, Krodorm, would you argue that you saw it, or because I'm thinking were you helping Neridi?
So yeah, I would have ran around and started assisting Neridi. So whatever this would have been, if it
I'd say it's probably when they're starting to come back is when the next wave
you can
comes
see
in.
while not blinded, deafened, or incapacitated.
What's behind you? That's my argument here.
Oh, if it's
The waves
behind
are
me,
coming
it's
from the
behind
west
me.
side.
But if it's a general like you know, people have already gone overboard.
Okay, I
Would I
agree.
be
You would
prepared
see
for it? I don't know.
No, so you see it then. We'll have an idea it's coming. Okay. Yeah. Sabor's fine. Neridi, I need one from you. Oh,
I
you're.
already rolled it.
I gotta look at your thing actually.
I roll a nat 1.
Yeah, you're overboard now. The ship though has been pushed closer.
Okay. The last 2 deck saves for the ship were 18 and 15, by the way.
Yeah, it's fine. But the waves are still battering.
Yep. And
All right. I need strength check from Neridi with advantage because Krodorm is helping you. Sabor is also aboard.
yeah.
Don't you have a spell for this?
Hey, what do I do? Do I just hold your forearm?
Just make sure I don't go overboard with them.
Oh, okay.
Hold on
If
tight.
you mean talk about like, if you talk about shape wars, then
Would this be athletics? Since we're tagging them on, or
oh yeah,
All right, what were you saying there? Ready? 25. Yep, that's enough to bring them in.
Making sure the rear hindquarters of the Master Bosun isn't going anywhere.
God damn it! Not again.
Grabbing his ass, grabbing her ass.
I'm making sure she doesn't go over.
Submissive and breedable.
Hey!
No.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. No more.
I want to hear that talk from any of you.
Krodorm, I realize it's a stressful situation. But you grab there again, and you're gonna get thrown overboard with the rest of them.
What are you talking about? I've got water in my eyes.
The line gets taut, and you're able to start reeling it in.
And then
I will need another strength check with advantage.
while that's getting
Or
rolled-
using Misstep to get on top of the deck.
I think so.
'Cause don't you have that spell?
Yeah, I do. Misty Step.
Yeah. It's a good thing
That
you got at least you have an arcane spellbook now. It can't get soaked.
Oh yeah, thank God. I mean, he could have even left it below deck if he wanted to. Yep.
22.
Line is so Krodorm, Neridi. Well, mainly Neridi because Krodorm's holding on to valuable assets.
Indeed.
Pull up 3 of you. Ube is helping pull up as well. He's kind of like grabbing parts of the ship while holding on to Boltree.
Mhm.
And you guys first see Boltree get thrown up. He is limp.
Yep.
And Ube then proceeds to chuck the captain and climbs over the top himself.
You know, I said I was.
As soon as
I will go first.
good. I was just gonna say, as soon as Unanoa gets chucked over, I'm just gonna look at her and just say, "Really? You asked Ube to marry you, huh?"
I did not ask you
Brother,
to
not
marry me.
interested.
Now give me the fucking ring.
Oh, but you gave it to me, Captain. It's some heartbroken.
I'm going.
That's
to
another
slap
way
her.
of coming our way.
Ah, god damn it.
Help me, Ube. Mindspeak. Make yourself useful. Get this man below deck. Make sure he's okay.
As you like finish that word, you just see like Misty Step like back on the boat, like covering the word with my hat, like soaking like.
Good to see you, Sabor. Get
Mi-
below deck.
Mr. Sabor, this is
I
no
try- I
time
was
to be
trying to
going
help.
swimming.
Yes, Captain.
And Ube will grab Boltree. Alexi, help me out.
Well, tell him that I'll follow.
So you can help him kind of move Boltree away.
And
I bet Tromex is having a ball up there.
Ube
anyone
does
above,
hand you the ring back, and he gives you the very dramatic, he's heartbroken.
anyone above deck, tie ropes to your waist.
You're not gonna like this next. You have gone closer to shore,
Yeah.
and another wave was crashing in. I need another con save. This prevents the wave damage, but it's not going to prevent the ship from moving.
Another 15.
15, no damage. Well, with that final bat, this is another one of those giant waves. So anyone above deck, give me your deck saves. Don't you just love storms? I do. Storm's going to do bashing. The lines are being taut.
That's a 13.
That's a 10.
God damn it. I guess I'm jumping back in.
Neridi goes flying. Who knows? I think it was fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but I'm jumping back in
Here, hold
anyway.
on. Oh, she's got the line around her, right? Yeah, we've been about a
This
minute
is,
between.
there'd be obviously wouldn't be a reaction, but I was making sure the assets didn't go anywhere. Can I make sure they don't go anywhere?
You know what? Give me a grapple check.
Grapple check, okay.
Well, I think it's your strength for you to see how well you hold on to the important goods.
Of course.
I think Neridi actually wants to break this grapple.
Oh no,
So
Krodorm
yeah,
doesn't.
grapple. I think a grapple check for me would be a normal, just unarmed strike. From what I'm
Okay.
looking at.
Oh, just give me a strength. One of the two. I want to say grapple because you're
Oh
kind
no,
of.
I guess it'd be my athletics. Okay.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you're grabbing on, which basically grappling. Yeah, you get sent over the side, and Neridi's hanging below, like hanging down, but you have a tight grip.
Hey, don't worry. I gotcha.
So we're hanging over the edge of the ship at the moment.
You are. He's kind of like on the edge, pulling.
Krodorm, you're remarkably heavy. You know that?
No, he's on top of the ship.
Get your ass back up here, Neridi.
But, now that I'm right here, I could just patch this little hole in the ship.
You hear a large crash
Uh-oh.
on the side, and you hear the sounds of "We got a hole!"
I will.
Ah!
Yep. And everyone below deck to start putting wood there so Neridi can hammer away.
They're already starting repairs.
Yeah,
The ship is going to take 20 damage to the hull.
Oof.
Say's gonna help with that.
Okay.
Karkin. Storms.
You are roughly about 50 feet away from shoreline at this point, and and as you go down there, you see a rock has just stabbed through the boat.
Have we run aground or it's just grazed it?
It's inside the ship. You have run aground. I will do this. I dragged you here. I will try and draw it for you.
Captain, we've run aground.
That's not it.
Gotta.
You're able to prevent the water from coming in if you do enough repairs, but you still have to deal with a giant ass rock. Either.
How big is a giant ass rock?
Well, if I'm being roughly, it's probably about 10 feet wide, going in about 8 feet.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, solutions, Miss Bronzepark?
Well, we don't have a gunpowder to blow it up. I don't have tools to cut through that much rock. And we aren't really in a position with the storm to get down there and bust it up.
Okay, well, what about... Hey, GM,
What's up?
can I hit it with my staff and thunderclap the rock out?
No.
Ah, damn it.
This rock is embedded into the seabed floor.
Okay.
Basically, you are within like 10 to 20 feet of the shoreline. And you can see a large island on your side with a jungle in it.
Alright. Set the anchor down. Raise the sails.
Sails already raised, Ube says. Lower an anchor.
And, gonna...
As Alexi, as you are resuscitating, giving CPR to Boltry, you are greeted with him hacking up seawater into your face. He kind of leans back. I don't want to get hit by Ube again. Kind of lies there. Thank you, Alexi.
Well,
When he wakes up, I'll just yell out, "Success!"
Why are you in my mind?
Oh, sorry. I'll just stop
Yeah.
talking to him.
He pats his shoulder. It's okay. I'm used to people being in my mind. Should have seen my ex.
Well,
Alright,
one day,
Captain.
one day.
All right, Captain. What's your plan? Ryan as well.
Yep. The plan for now is wait for the storm to pass.
All right. You know, here's the thing: the position you're in, yeah, you can hold on for the rest of the night.
I'm just gonna...
Storm probably dies down a few hours before the dawn, with some clouds. It's still raining slightly for the most part. By the morning, the storm has died down. There's a light rain.
Captain,
Crew have been busy bucking out water.
Yes, Miss Bronzepark?
I'd like that ring. I'm gonna go down and try and get rid of that rock.
Alright, so I'll go assist you. Over the course of the last couple of weeks, you would have noticed that the captain is wearing a new necklace that looks like it's made of sapphire, a sapphire scale pattern. I hope you can hold your breath for a long time. Seems like it'll take a while.
With that, I can come up for air when I need. But, it's not going to be a quick process.
No. It will not, which is why I'm going to help you get it done as quickly as possible. Oh,
Does
wait.
anybody else on the ship have any hammers, any gear to bust this up?
Alexi,
Can I Eldritch Blast it? Like, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but is that an option to just Eldritch
You
Blast?
do a whole lot of
blast?
damage. I'm gonna be honest.
yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to throw that out. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Alexi,
It's a good idea.
what's the
But
biggest
badly.
thing you can turn into?
But depends on what we're trying to do. I can, turn into a brown bear. That water bounder we saw is a quite powerful bite. I could try to pull it from the outside as a giant octopus.
Hmm.
That wouldn't be the worst idea.
Yes.
I can
It
try
We just
to
need to
teach-
weaken the rock enough to break it free of the main body and then pull it free of the hull.
I can try to eat the stone as a giant toad.
A giant toad. Do you have anything that secretes... Hey, Neridi. You know
Yes,
that
Captain.
alchemy jug I have? Do you want to know what I've been doing with it for the past 2 weeks?
What have you been doing?
Well, I've been filling...
By the way, did you ever get me my barrel of water?
Yes, there's a barrel of water over there. I have barrels. I've been filling one with water since I've gotten it. And it's been full for a few weeks now. That being said, what I've been doing recently is I've been filling roughly... Let me go take a look at how many vials I bought. I currently have 5 vials of acid.
And, well... Not that we wanted to be down here doing this last night, but... Perhaps could have got a bit of a head start on this.
Yes, perhaps.
Well, if you're not... If you want the quick way to do this, if you don't mind me dipping into our gunpowder stores, we could just use your acid to burn and burrow a slight hole into the rock and then gem it with gunpowder and blow it up. Otherwise, it's slow work with the hammers.
I think getting it done quickly is the optimal solution. We can repair the ship, but we can't regain lost time. And there's only so long that this crew will want to be on the ocean before, well, they start trying to eat each other.
Basically, we have a good island, though. We can go get food for.
That's fair. I suppose while we're boring the hole in the rock with the acid, it'll still take some time. You can take some men and see if there's anything interesting on the island.
Okay.
Yes.
If you see any dragons on the island, don't try to fight them.
What, Neridi? I'm only... Okay, fine. First she offers me a marriage, then you, then I'm being told not to kill a dragon. I don't understand.
Hey, I don't want to have to make you a new hand.
You have 2 guns. That's me. Sounds good, Bosun.
There are many people on this ship I would marry before you, Ube, and that is not a slight to you, just simply my preferences.
I understand. I'm intimidating. I can understand. Just saying. Krodorm has all the fun around here. Starts walking around.
Funny.
Down into the waters.
Yep.
Who's going ashore?
So, if you want, we could spend the next few hours working on this. This would be very, I'll be honest, kind of boring. You just dip in acid, boring holes, you know?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Crew there, like Krodorm and Saeynia and all that, could grab hammers. I think Krodorm fills the mall, correct?
You still have a maul in my room.
Perfect, he's got a hammer. Big ass one of that. And you would have leftover nails and stuff.
I'm sorry, which is more damage? Eldritch Blast or a hammer?
The hammer.
Okay.
There's a specific technique we'd be using if we were going to hammer it out.
Yeah, you would need spikes driven into it.
I have spikes.
We should all have, if we took adventuring packs, 10 pittons.
Yeah, depends where you need. Yeah.
The
you guys
first
have
time I've ever seen these fucking things actually used. In
The
6
most
years.
presentation in D&D.
So we'll do every hour. We'll do roll. Sound good?
All right.
I'll also inform the group that if they want, I can start preparing the ability to break rocks at will. It'll have to be until tomorrow that I can do it, but from ongoing, I can prepare that if necessary.
Could you have prepared it last night before we went to sleep?
I don't think I would have known.
Well, we hit the rock
After we
last
got
night.
stuck on the rock.
Did we get stuck last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say you would have gotten it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Then yeah, I could have prepared that.
How's the spell work?
It is tremor. All the time.
Any point, you would also need to spend a few hours, possibly a day or two, repairing the ship. You have a 10-foot hole in the wall.
Yeah.
10 foot by 10 foot.
I believe it just turns it into like loose stone or earth.
Yep.
Do this. Why are you doing that?
And if you can do that, we don't really even need to do the acid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means I still have my five vials of acid.
Still using the hammers and pins would be a good idea
Yeah.
to help out.
Yeah.
Breaking it up.
Shovels, probably.
Yeah. Clearing it out. Ube has taken a handful of people that volunteered along Bolter. I'm gonna check out the surroundings.
Swear to God, if he comes back like Jack,
If you
being
come-
chased
if
by
you-
all the natives.
By King Crab.
How is Rangoon? How is my son?
I
Is he
wouldn't be
trying to
surprised
leave
if
the
he
Can't
house?
find
left.
Rangoon.
He left.
Is he left? Has my son left?
You don't see Rangoon anymore.
Oh my god, no, I need to find him.
You give me perception checks.
Oh my god, where did my baby go?
Alright. Yeah, you can cast the spell over the course of probably like 30 minutes. Most of the rock's gone. Krodorm and Saeynia. Well, Saeynia has now changed her objective. It's primarily Krodorm, Captain Neridi, along with Sabor and Alexi helping out.
How many times do you think I'll have to have used it?
No, let's say 30 minutes worth, because that's what? It's a spell, right?
It's just one action. And it just
Oh,
happens.
okay.
So I can do it a couple times.
For
if
over
necessary.
6 seconds, it will tremor.
Probably 3 times. It's a 10. No, 2 times, probably. 2 times.
Just want to know how many slots to use in case we do anything else today.
Actually,
Rolls.
what the hell are we doing?
What do you mean? What the hell are we doing?
You were going to use acid. I could have just fucking Tasha's caustic brew this shit. Just let the acid eat it in half.
Oh, there's also that.
Anyways,
We also haven't been whaling for the past couple of days while we were in the open ocean.
As you guys are working on it, about 5 minutes into you guys working on this, you hear Ube say, "Hey, Cap,
Yes, Ube.
we need you above deck."
All right. And she puts the hammer in her belt and starts going up.
As you walk above deck, you are greeted with the crew at arms. And about 18 elves are pointing bows at them.
Did you? No. Oh.
I didn't do it. I didn't even leave the ship. I was getting my equipment from my room, and I come out, and there's elves.
Thay's probably upstairs looking for Rangoon. Where's my son?
Which point?
He's on the main deck. You can find him.
I can find my son?
Yeah, he's on the main deck.
Yeah.
He's kind of
Okay,
by
I
the
grab
door.
him.
And then you bump into Unanoa, and you see elves.
Yep. Unanoa
Hey!
goes to the railing and leans on it and says this. I don't suppose you'll let this slide. We didn't mean to be here.
Languages do you speak?
You broke all kinds of up there.
Common, Draconic, Naliki, and Primordial.
Does anyone here speak Sylvan?
Probably the elves.
No,
We had
speak Elvish.
I don't talk to trees, bitch.
Sylvan is the language of
Thank you, Krodorm.
trees.
Yeah, you mean like Elvish or Sylvan?
No, Sylvan.
Sylvan.
I don't have Sylvan. We had to talk about it, and then we never had actually figured out what we were gonna do about that, so we kind of just never finished that conversation.
Oh wait,
I
yeah.
will
Aren't Wood Elves supposed to
find-
know Sylvan innately?
Yeah, add Sylvan. You should have that.
Well, you had...
Add Sylvan. I'll agree with that.
I'm gonna come out and
that
be
was a
like,
conversation
Bonnie,
we
what's
never went
that?
back.
What the hell's happening? Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
so
the
it's
cows
just
over
like-
there.
Say, just like...
Are they on our ship? Or are they on the shore?
Yeah, they're on your ship.
Oh,
They have
okay.
managed to sneak up on you. Well, not really. Kind of like get on board. The crew is more focused on repairs.
Hello. Oh, I can speak their language. Hello.
I'll say
Jason's
before
up
you get
there.
to say anything, Buckler kind of leans into the captain, holding his pistol out. Do you want to? I can take him.
Aye, we could take them, but if this fight, we are the ones trespassing on their land. If this is why they are accosting us, so let's try and end this peacefully. As you know.
I can't trust the jungle elves.
Well, I mean, the only difference between a jungle elf and a city elf is how wild they get in bed.
Yeah, no, it goes back to right. It goes back to position.
Now, do any of you speak common? No?
Kind of look around. Sienna, did you want to say something?
Oh, yeah. She just says, hi. What do you want to talk about? To these elves, like, hey, none of them understand what you're saying. I do. What do you want? We're gonna be out of your hair soon. Sorry, our ship just kind of wrecked. Like, we didn't mean it. We can fuck off after this.
One of them approach, and you see a red-haired elf approach you with a bow still ready, pointing at your neck.
Hey,
Gives you
hey,
a weird
please
look.
don't do that. Like, I'm just trying to be nice here.
She kind of looks at the others. No, Neridi. Her thing is weird. I forget what it is. What else? Stupid things.
What elves are different? They're like fucking nature
We
and
had that
shit.
conversation. I completely forgot. We never finished it. Which, yes, you should be speaking Sylvan. Beside the point.
it don't-
So the other elves are looking at you guys. The crew are very on edge. Most likely they're 1 second away from pulling a trigger.
Hey, let's just like calm down. Like, no one needs to get hurt today on either side. Like, you want us to leave as much as we want to leave. So the sooner, like, we get this boulder out of our ship, the sooner we leave. And I know you can understand me. Like, I heard you speak Sylvan. you hate outsiders. Like, we don't want to be here. Like, let's just get some of this. There's no point in being like this tense. Like, let's just.
I say you could all group up. You'd all be piled up above my captain.
Mm-hmm.
She walks up to you, Sienna, and she grabs out your sword, like from in the holster or the sheath. And Sylvan, she says, "You work with these creatures."
Is like a strong term. I need them to find like my baby daddy, and I can't own a boat, so like it's kind of mutual beneficial. No. Most of them are assholes, but they're willing to die for their cause, and like I don't want them to die because like I need them to pilot the ship.
I'm gonna staff you.
I
She is
just don't know
giving
what
you a
she's
very
fucking
confused.
saying.
She is not following
Oh god.
within the first 2 sentences.
Okay, so she. Okay, we gotta slow this down.
No, she understands you. She's more like, "You're not. What?
Doesn't understand the concepts that you're saying.
These
We're the most
are.
important members of
How
this
can one
crew."
be a baby and a daddy?
Captain, are we sure Sienna should be doing the talking here?
Okay. Sienna, do you understand what they're saying?
Oh yeah, no, I do.
Okay. Well, then you can be a translator for us. Just say exactly what I say.
Sienna's like, what do you want with like the most important member? Because it's not me. Like, do you want to know our captain?
She gives a nod.
Okay. The changeling's our captain. I can act as a
Oh, my
mediator
headset just died.
between the two.
She
I can act.
puts her
she has
bow
to be
away.
So
Yes.
Unanoa, Sage just completely disregarded what you said and started talking.
Alright, heads
No,
back.
say is explaining.
Unanoa said like, let me be like you be the translator. Say what
Yeah.
I say.
Yeah,
And
say
didn't
what I
say
say.
anything, and then you just started talking.
Yeah,
I find this
Say is-
hilarious.
Say is like explaining that like, hey, this is our captain. I'm gonna act as a translator.
All right,
Is that
she
chill?
kind of walks past you, pulls out a short sword, and puts it in Uno's neck.
Please don't. What are you...
Oh, fuck, I dare you, Takal.
Okay. Like
The
this
elves changed targets to the dwarf.
Hey,
Okay. Let's calm down now.
Oh, fuck, I say it again.
Shut the fuck up, Krodorm. Don't you have to go be an alcoholic below ship?
Ube looks
I
around.
can do it above deck as well.
We fighting or what?
Do I know?
No.
Do I know what kind of elves these are?
Yes.
yes.
Please don't. Please,
Okay,
like, let's
we're
not
all
fight.
aware.
They are the Luva elves.
Yes.
So is all the dwarf focused on
Oh, yeah, the
Krodorm?
people that-
Because I want to roll
Everyone,
stealth to get the fuck out.
everyone, be quiet, please. We do not need to escalate this while there's a blade to my neck.
Say just remembers, like, she's related to these fucking people.
Saeynia,
There won't be a blade to your neck if you let us take
Will
the
you-
shot.
will you please ask why they are threatening me? And then relay it to me so I can respond.
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna stare daggers at these motherfuckers.
Say
Their actions.
puts in very polite and nice terms what Unanoa said and speaks it back to the elf.
She looks at you. A week ago, we had a ship similar to yours come through here. They killed a number of us. Took off with a few of our own.
Say kind of like perks up at that in like that floppy-eared way that dogs do. Were they dragonborn?
No.
Okay. Let me relay this back to my captain, please. And then say relays this back to Unanoa.
Uno was gonna say, then they must be slavers. Tell them that our tribe are not slavers. We are not responsible for them being taken.
Say relays that back to the elf.
He puts the blade closer. Tribe?
Thick, round, civilized. Just like them.
No. They're
I mean, they're the ones that
They
don't
don't-
know that not every boat's the same fucking boat.
Yeah.
they just don't.
They had a bad
understand
experience with one boat and another one showed up on their shores. They're not happy.
Yeah, Unanoa is
They-
going to tell Say to gesture to the flag up top. That is a obviously Republic flag, and say that is the symbol of our faction.
Out of character, can I just throw out the suggestion real quick? Out of character. Perhaps that's not best because the elves and Dragonborn have been at war.
The High Elves and the Dragonborn have been at war.
Saeynia.
They're most likely having to deal with pirates.
Sienna kind of like, they're not slavers. We're not here to hurt anyone. Like, they work for the Republic.
That
They're starting to fuck around. They gonna find out.
And she like motions. She's like, my captain wants me to convey to you that we are not. It just repeats back what Unanoa says.
Okay. That's the word you use?
Uno, are you sure you want me to repeat this back exactly as you said it?
Look, we did not take those people. In fact, if you want, we can make a deal. If your people were taken, we can go help you get them back.
Say relays that. Like, just that part. That, hey, if your people were
You
taken,
mentioned
we'll go
anything
get
about the
you back.
Republic at all?
No. Fuck the Republic.
Okay. She lowers her sword.
Not, like, fuck the Republic. What Republic? I don't know of no fucking Republic.
Yeah, no. The reason is because our flag isn't like a Republic flag; it's a privateer flag. I was just saying is that if someone's flag isn't the same as ours, they're not us. Anyway.
They are not tribe.
So, Saeynia, can you ask them what the people who took their friends look like?
Sienna relays this to Gary Elf.
At this moment, you see that one of the elves have been, you now realize, have been casting a ritual. Now walks up to you and speaks in common.
Comprehend languages. Hey, I need that.
Hi.
Hello. Sorry for the blatant hostilities, but your people don't have good reputation with us.
It's understandable.
The individual raises their arm and kind of lowers it a little bit, and the others start lowering their weapons.
Can I go back to work now?
Yes, you may. Oh, I did not mean to do that. That was a misclick.
All right, well, combat starts.
Let's fucking go!
that was a misclick.
No, what? What?
Anyway.
Peace was never a fucking option.
I
anyway.
misclicked on my sheet. Anyway,
like a Freudian
Unanoa, just still holding her hands up, says, "Look, we're no friends of slavers. In fact, where we're from, slavery is illegal. We will help you find your friends."
chuckle, Brian? Why do you
Not
chuckle?
saying it.
I
Not
want to hear
saying
it
it
out
because it's going to
loud.
make things bad.
Yeah.
Say it. You thought the word.
And
I thought it, but I'm smart enough to keep it to myself in front of these fuckers.
Bit deep inside.
the people who took your friends, what did they look like?
This is actually a man, by the way. Sorry.
Okay.
He has a various amounts. By the way, they are well dressed in comparison to. It's kind of it. So, they actually are wearing elvish armor. It is more tinted green.
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell right now, it's actually some of the ones that are on the deck. The armor is more brown.
Armor of camouflage.
Or it lives on the sea.
Where are you from? Slavery's illegal. God damn it, Neridi. That would be a horrible idea to say.
That's why I kept it to myself.
Anyway.
To make me chuckle.
They had stolen a number of our items. They spoke in a tongue we did not understand, and by the time I could, they had already left. Struck. Were building curved swords, similar to that of the southern continents. We know of your peoples. We know of the Republic and the Dominion. We're not foolish. Everything that happens in the outside world, we know about it. We just don't act.
You like keeping to yourselves. I can respect that.
You're also part of the Republic. Are you not?
Well, we are hired by them, yes.
Let's not say that out loud. Else you have other debt. I'm more understanding than some of the others. The Republic has not treated us well.
Crimea River.
How many people are within 30 feet of me?
18. 18 of them. Technically, you outnumber them. You have a crew of what? 30 or 40 something? Even if you started the combat, you're going to lose a number of crew in the first volley.
Yeah, no, it's I don't want to.
You would win the fight, but you're going to be walking out here with half a crew.
Yeah, I know, and I just got that half a crew, so I'm not doing that shit.
Good luck recruiting in the next country. We're looking
Yeah.
for more sailors. We heard what happened in the last group. No.
From who?
Anyway, they in the southern continents. Did they have fur or did they have horns?
They look like devils, what you'd call a tiefling.
And that's not good. Well, we had business in the deserts. We were sailing in that direction. More than likely, the tieflings will be going towards the capital as well. If they are also dealing with this storm, more than likely they will have slowed down considerably.
It took one of our number, my knowledge. She was already planning on leaving, but I'd much rather her. You can let her go. Let her set her free.
Then we do not have much time to waste. My bosun is currently working on getting the ship freed from the rocks. After that, we can go after them.
We'd be free by now if it weren't for somebody's interruption.
He glares at you.
It's a whole lot of inactivity you're doing here.
Damn, Neridi.
I thought you had walked downstairs already.
Don't you have shit you should be doing already?
Your crew
I
have
don't know if you noticed, but the hole's in the side of the ship.
Do you want like a hug or something so you feel better about it? Like, I don't know what you want from me.
Continue with your work. We'll leave you alone to be. I ask nothing of you in return, else that you leave peacefully.
Alright, well.
And he kind of... Sienna could hear it, but he yells at them to leave the ship, leave them alone. And they start onboarding.
Unanoa will look to the man that had casted the comprehend languages and say, if it puts your mind at ease, if I find the people who took your member unwillingly, we'll deal with them. I have no patience for kidnappers or slavers.
No. Oh, no. See, fuck out. Give me a minute. Okay. Nice. You should do that, totally. See how all that goes.
Yeah, the one with the tightest grip on their bow. That's who I'll do it to. Not really.
Really?
No.
You
The
should.
bow will be loosened. Strikes into Ube's side.
Do they even know what
Speaking
boo
of
in
that-
common means?
Let's go. You still scare the shit out of me. We're actually do that.
It still reminds me of like that Rick and Morty episode where they teach them how to, and it's the flipping off people is like good luck symbol or something.
Oh yeah.
This means
You
peace.
You
in
should
our
speak
time.
into their head that
Means war.
this is the voice of God.
This is the voice of
You
God.
guys- Get to work
If
on
only
repairs.
I spoke
Celestial.
Sylvan.
So, within the next 20 minutes, the rock will be removed.
Alright.
I'm going to need 2 repair checks, Neridi. You're technically stationary.
Can I assist with being able to cast mending?
Sure. You got advantage now.
They off our ship?
Yeah, they're off your ship. They're
Fuck
watching
those
from the
guys. Oh my gosh. What was
You
me?
suddenly feel yourself
Fuck
covered in grease.
I'm gonna dodge that.
Give me a dex save.
Because
Once
if it was from where they were, because I would be I would
Yeah,
see
you
that.
would see them. Yeah, give me your save, mister. All right.
It'll be a 28 on the repairs with a nat 20.
Ooh, shit. Yeah, within an hour or two, repairs are done. Ship's able to sail. Takes a bit to get you guys off the rocks. You said.
Captain,
If I can eat my axe next time.
I don't know why you're negotiating with them. They were an awful bunch of right cunts.
I did not want to lose any crew members in an unnecessary fight.
Is stay within
Oh.
earshot of like Neridi saying this?
Yeah, we're just chilling.
Nerdy is probably downstairs still, fixing the repairs.
Okay,
Well,
never
that's
mind
done.
then.
Yeah.
You
I'll
find her
finish the
doing, by the way.
repairs.
Yeah, this is
Like, doing
Well, as long as
This
they
would've
don't
been-
go out of their way to go, clean up their business.
So, Also, Sian,
Mhm.
if there are armed people on the boat, don't point out Captain immediately to them. They took her hostage.
Meh. They weren't gonna do anything.
There's a limit
don't
to
know
pins?
Yes, there are a limit to pins.
Yeah, there are limited pins. It's not that they weren't going to do anything, it's they didn't do anything. What their intentions were or not are unknowable. That being
Yeah,
said,
to
the
you, Rick.
situation is now resolved and we can move past it. And now it seems that we are chasing a why my chat?
Because you're captain. Screw you.
Is it because I have the least pins?
Yes. Shut up.
Now it seems that more than likely the tieflings that raided them are going to be heading back to the capital. That would be my assumption. So it seems that we will be on their tail. And if they are willing to attack an elven village, more than likely they'll try and take some of us, so be prepared.
Captain, you make it sound like we aren't used to dealing with pirates.
Well, usually the pirates find us. Now we're hunting them.
Aye, but do we have to hunt them though? They're kind of like in our way, but also out of our way.
I have a good feeling about that elf that supposedly wanted to leave. Call it Captain's intuition.
It's not uncommon for them to leave. My father was one of them and left. And look at the situation we're now fucking in.
Well, I guess your father just married a bitch then.
My mother is fine.
Anyway.
All crew members start vacating the area.
Anyways.
I don't even fucking know my mother.
Alright.
What the hell?
I don't know a lot of people. I'm still going to insult them. That being said, are we ready to move?
Yep.
Alright.
This is waiting for the lovely Sienna to come help. Sienna's help.
Well, I think we rolled the other ones.
We did roll, didn't we? Haha.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I did really good.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of threes at the very end of this, so be prepared for that.
A part of me wants to re-roll it and then roll bad just to fucking spite Unanoa. Just because that seems like it seems like something Say would do, but like she'd think about it. She'd think about it, and then no.
There's a 10 and 4 threes for the next 5 days.
Nope.
So depending on how far we got, we also need the cook shacks also.
I need cook shacks.
Yeah.
I mean, I want Sabor.
Don't have any cook.
One.
You want me to do the chase guns?
Yeah, you can get back to work on that.
16.
Crew's fine. Crew weren't too happy. That brings the morale. I didn't tell you the morale did drop because they didn't like having weapons pointed at them. And also the storm. Doesn't help.
What did we go from
Ah,
8
fucking
to 9 or
already.
what?
We were at 10 before, I believe. So it's a 9.
What were those 2 deductions, or was it just that was a total of 1? Now we're back to 10 with the good roll of the cook.
We are at 9 right now. Your morale's been pretty well. Good job, guys. Alright, looking at comparing the rolls real quick. That day is a 10. Give me, roll this. Okay. Captain, give me a D100 roll.
That's a 6.
Ooh,
So did our 9-day voyage turn into a 10-day with that rock
I
sled?
believe so.
Okay.
It's 10-day bar. I recommend you get to a port. Your prayers are enough to get to the capital if you want to just beeline to the capital.
Yeah.
But you still should dry dock it within the next 2 weeks. Okay. Who is above deck during the night?
Probably so.
Yeah. I
being a
would be,
melodramatic bitch.
I'd be
This is
in my
perfect.
cabin.
Hold on.
Depending on how the progress is on the guns, will determine where I'm at.
Jesus Christ. 28, 15, 22, 16. Yeah, they're looking pretty good.
Looking real good. Not finished. You haven't got that far. Few of those rolls haven't gone into effect yet. Unless you're doing 2 days, 2 rolls per day.
That's one roll a day.
Yep, that's.
But that was
days.
for the past 5 days. Like everything through the storm and all, because I hadn't rolled anything yet. So that was
They're just
everything up to
forming.
the encounter with the elves.
You got the mold and everything. Ube and you have been working on melting iron now. Probably the next day or two, you'll be pouring the molten metal into it and then letting it sit. That will take a day or two. Let it fully harden.
Right. In that case, if I got free time, I'll probably be on the deck.
Alright, now I need to do some calculations real quick. You've been on the sea for how many days? 5?
5.
Full moon outside. Fact.
Yeah, I want to do this now. That's all right with you, DM. I want to do something.
Sure.
So let's say dinner time. Would it be about that time, right? Or during dinner?
Sure.
Um,
What are you doing?
where would we? The galley is what, under?
Yeah, you guys eat wherever you want. It's typically
Okay.
one giant pot, and then you guys come by with a bowl if there's any food. Otherwise, it's hardtack.
Is there like not like a table down below, but kind of like a
Yeah.
central area where, like, if a bunch of the crew wanted to hang out, they would typically do?
I'd say most of them would hang out on the cargo deck.
Okay.
They
that's
would
where-
use they would make their own chairs and they'd lean against the boxes and kind of
All right.
wherever they could find a spot.
Let's see here. All right, working day's done for the most part.
Yep.
Go ahead and have that. All right, I'll go ahead and just get my food, kind of eating it. And I would have not made a makeshift stage, but just kind of step up, like, all right. Maybe had a drink or two already.
Just take a look at you.
All right, my lovely crew. I've had this one for a while and I haven't been able to tell it. Little adventure and story before my time here on the Fairy Queen.
They're listening.
Take a gulp.
Get on with it.
All right. So, during my time on this before this ship, this wonderful crew, I was on an escort job for a client aboard this research vessel. It's named the Pantheon. I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was between the Sveta archipelago and Anther, if I recall. Either way, there are some of these dragonborn. They crawled inside of this huge thing that looked like a bell. And after they climbed inside of this bell, they went down below the surface of the water of the waves. Way deep, 200 feet, 300 feet. Very far down. Everyone there acted like climbing into one of these things was everyday occurrence, except for me, because I was like, what the fuck are these things? Either way, we were waiting for them to come back to the surface, because they had been in there for a good amount of time. Good 20, 30 minutes.
Where was it at? Lost my track.
They'd been under there for a good 30 minutes. who knows? And who knows what went out of the water? When I see this bell shoot up 100, 200, 300 feet out of the water into the open sky, as if it had gained wings. But that's then. Well, why don't you look at the time? It seems like I might need to get some rest. I could tell you the rest of the story if I had some more drink.
Reputation, performance check.
Let's see here.
Nat fucking 20. That was really close to a nat 20.
Yeah, right. Yeah, one of them
So
provides a
I'll
drink.
kind of hold off. All right. Ah, that's what I like to see. Fucking drink that. Either way. The bell was soaring hundreds of feet through the air when it came rocketing back down into the deck. And guess who was down below ready to catch it? No. It was the ship. Wait, hold on. No, it wasn't me, you fools. It was the ship, you barnacles. That hunk of metal and wood embedded itself into the middle of the ship, became a close neighbor with the mast. The dust settled soon after that, and all was quiet. Everyone was in shock, as two bodies slumped out of the bell, covered in these black spots. Nay, it would be underselling it to say those were spots. It was as if someone had dipped these two sorry souls in a bath that would only cover you in the black ooze of the deep. I can only be thankful that was the only carnage that day. And that was all that happened. You know, natural occurrences out there in the Zveta archipelago. Really weird shit.
I'd say improve morale by 1. Your little story. Most of the crew seem to like it. They start talking about it.
It fell from the sky. Nah, that's horseshit. Some of them are like, oh, that's interesting. It's a mixed response, but generally they like the story.
But that was me under deck while anything is happening above.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Like
people
waiting for
above
the
deck
ship.
can hear bits to pieces because there's holes in the mid deck. You know,
Yep.
you're below deck, you can see the moon shining through from the cargo holes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Krodorm was telling that story, I was most likely like sharing soup with people.
No problem. You're going around, they're thanking you. Ah, thank you, Sabor. Best cook ever. Sometimes you know, but most time.
Thanks. I'm still learning this. Also, Krodorm, since that
Krodorm.
bell I abandoned to your that past ship, did anybody decide to sell the bell or?
I had to pull it out after we got back to port. It really wasn't that usable. They kind of salvaged the iron from it, but really weird contraption. I'm not sure how it works, but they were very keen on using it and getting below and looking at things, I suppose. That didn't help them when they came back up, though.
Do you think that has to do with what people we've been finding the anarchy?
Oh, no. Oh, I don't think so. I never seen or heard anything about the Naliki until we went into that, the cavern. I don't think it's related.
If it's not related, then do you think there's something just living underwater, just making shit?
Oh, I don't know. I think, the black spot comes from somewhere, but I don't know where. I just think that those two Dragonborn souls were just unlucky that day.
currently the environment outside, the waves, the ocean's actually almost still.
Reflective.
Yeah, it's reflecting the stars above. You can see the stars and the moon. It's almost like a mirror. Weird. Start right now. It's clear. Nothing. No clouds. There's a little spots of clouds in the sky. It's pretty bright outside too, due to the moon being full. All right, who's on top deck again? Is it the captain? What?
Yeah.
Sienna?
Yeah, captain would be up top at the moment.
I'm up top.
Yeah,
Captain
Sienna's up
Sienna.
there.
You guys chilling on top deck?
The captain is precariously laying on one of the outer rails, like she usually does.
They just seems to be like basking in the moonlight, kind of sad, but like enjoying it.
As you guys are kind of sitting on deck, Alyssa's keeping the helm steady. Some of the crew that are on the top deck are relaxing. No one's really paying attention. Rumix is up on the crow's nest. In general, things are going well. You see Boltry and Ube in the front of the forward castle. They're playing a card game, it looks like, with Jimny along with them. Occasionally hear Ube screaming out frustration in between Krodorm's story. It's fairly quiet. Occasional sounds of the waves breaking. But in the midst of your travel, those in the top deck see something silver streaking across the sky.
See something what?
Silver.
Silver.
It's going
Where?
across the sky.
Comet?
Which side of the ship?
Starboard is right, left is
Starboard
port side.
Yeah, starboard side on the right. Going this way.
It's either two things: aliens or that fucking angel.
I don't think it's the angel.
Neither.
Is it just like a pretty star?
Those astral elves, man.
Oh.
Sienna.
Mhm.
Let's see that spyglass I gave you.
Say hands it over.
Give me a perception check with advantage. Two.
22.
Two it is. So, can't check how far out this thing is, but as you... Fuck you, Krodorm. As you take the spyglass out, and as you look at it up in the sky, it looks like something with wings is traveling across the sky, but you know it's far too fast for anything normal.
It looks like some kind of creature.
It looks like probably something.
Can I make some kind of a check to identify what it is?
I don't even know what check that you would want to make for this. What do you want to do?
What would you want to do?
The chances of you even remotely having an idea are slim.
Like, does this look like some kind of a natural animal or some kind of
Sure.
something
You
that
can give
people would
me-
probably worship?
You want to give me
terms of like-
Arcana, religion? What do you want to do here? What do you think would be best? I can make you do nature if you want.
I'm a lot better with Arcana. So let's go with that.
What do you
Oh, yeah, I
see,
mean, like,
Miss
you could-
Bronzepark?
Maybe the color of magic that we have.
It
you
seems to be
identify
some
with
kind
them.
of a.
Good point from them. Look at
Seems to be some kind of creature flying, but
Lex, you're in the top deck.
I'd have been below.
You feel inclined to go to the top deck.
Okay. So like partially through Krodorm's story or afterwards?
Probably after. Probably like they're noticing this after the story.
Okay, gotcha.
But it looks to be. Well, it's not an animal. You know that much. And you have a few ideas what it could be, top of your head.
26 total.
It could be something powerful person. Maybe is a meteor or a star or something. A few ideas you can bounce around.
Well, if it is a shooting star, make a wish.
You are now casting the wish spell.
The wish.
Looking up, does it look to be humanoid or amorphous?
You're greeted with a flashback.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You remember seeing the same exact thing and greeted with burning warships. Wow. And your vision goes back to normal.
Does its current movements seem familiar, or
It seems familiar to you.
well, not just in itself, but how it's moving before the burning portion?
Yeah. In your
Yeah.
flashback, it's moving the same way, but yeah, away from you in the flashback.
Okay. In both the captain and Neridi's mind, I'm gonna say we need to move now. That thing, it can destroy us.
Well, there goes the shooting star idea. All right.
What exactly is it?
Dragon?
I've seen it before. I'm not sure. Sorry, I forgot my accent before. I had
Don't
like a blank spot before a few years ago, and it seems to be from some time before then.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well,
Well, then let's just classify it on the scale of a dragon and just get the fuck out of here.
All right. Are the sails currently down, or have we pulled them up for the night?
There's really no wind,
Okay.
so sails are currently up.
Well, I
Kind of
don't.
drifting.
The
in direction.
oars! Man, the oars!
You hear a groan. You want the oars?
We're moving the ship. Get on those oars.
Some of the crew hit below deck, and you hear a unanimous groan.
Oh fuck,
As-
we need to move. Ah, damn it, I thought we were done for the night.
And the crew on the top deck move the cargo,
Yeah.
cargo grates, and they start throwing up the oars.
And Unanoa is going to grab an oar and help out with pushing the ship.
They are not happy. They're like, God damn it.
This thing is flying to our southeast.
Yes.
I'm going to run up to the front of the ship and I'm going to dim the lantern. If not, close it completely.
I will also
Just
cast
to,
Pass Without a Trace. So in a radius around me, within 30 feet of me, everyone has a plus 10 to any stealth checks that we try to make, potentially.
It's gonna cover a quarter of the ship at most.
If it's the front quarter of the ship, it would be hilarious to roll stealth with a plus 18 at advantage.
All right, what are you doing with dimming the lights?
I'm just taking the lights or
Blackout.
turning the light off just in case it looks this way. Trying to not be seen by
Captain,
the
give me a stealth
120
check on
foot
the ship.
cone.
First time we're doing this. Stealth check with the ship.
All right.
Plus 10.
Ow, no.
No?
You only cover a quarter of the ship.
It would depend if there were, like, if it's just the crew, they're on the top.
He already
That would
has
make
advantage
sense.
because it's night out right now.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we
So it's
should
not
just
too
go
bad.
for it then.
I understand what you're trying to do there, Ice, and I like your
Yeah.
idea, but the issue is it
It's
doesn't have a wide enough, if it makes it. If you cover the whole ship, oh yeah, the ship would have a plus 10.
Okay, so it's the ship modifiers plus 3, right?
How long is the ship from like top to bottom?
Well, from top to bottom is like 40 feet.
So obviously,
Well,
what
this
we
is
need
a
to
30-foot radius.
It's
so
30
it's a
foot
60
radius,
by
so if he
60.
sits in the center of it, there's only like 20 feet on each
Well,
side.
that would be 0 if
The ship is 185 feet long
Yeah. It's the
okay,
length
that
of
was
it.
the number I was looking for. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
and 50 feet wide. Your ship is ridiculously big, but that's also because the map is stupid. And I don't care. It's your own. It's a custom ship. It's fun.
Yep.
Whatever.
So that's a 12. I'm rolling a lot of 3s today.
You see, as Neridi's watching. Are you watching this? I'm assuming.
I'd be trying to keep my eye on it.
You see it
Considering
stop
I still got
moving
the
because when it's
spyglass.
traveling forward, you see it leaves a streak behind it. You start to see that streak begin to dim, as eventually whatever it is in the sky has stopped.
Captain, we might want to be moving faster.
Alright, men, all together.
Ube is having a great time. Yeah, it's beautiful. Back in the north. Boulder, tell me, shut the fuck up. It's not the north. It's the south. But as you're watching, you see a giant explosion happen to the water in the distance. Followed by 3 more.
It's Zeus. He's come for it now. He's come for us.
Are they behind us or in front of us?
It's in front. And after probably 10 minutes, you see a number of smaller explosions. The streak begins to head southwest again.
Were there any
So it's shot in
ships
front of
below?
us?
Yeah, you can't make that out in that far of a distance.
Yeah.
You can just barely see the streak in the sky.
And
I would
Even
say-
with the spyglass?
Spyglass only goes a few miles out. Not too.
Yeah.
Probably about 20, 30 miles away from you. I could say then during this night you can go to it.
Oh, we're going. I think it's best that we investigate because if it's something that's coming for us, I'd rather deal with it quickly.
And
Saying if-
Jenna, if you wanted to head out for the night, you can. We're just gonna do this a little bit here.
Okay, sorry, I just work and I don't feel good.
You're good.
Bye, guys.
Okay.
If someone could just text me tomorrow and at some point, or I'll listen to it when the thing drops. Good night,
Yeah.
guys. Sleep well.
So,
Later.
Bye.
We're just finishing this one little thing.
All right. And
How far away is it right now?
Probably about the explosions.
Yeah, both. How far away were they when that happened?
About 15, 20 miles out.
So we should be able to see what it was shooting on the water then.
Give me a perception check, I'll say. Okay.
Can either I look also, or give them advantage, or
He already has advantage with
And the
spyglass.
spyglass.
On the wall.
It's a great little item.
It is.
1,000 gold.
I think there's a magical spyglass as well.
14.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit higher.
I would like to say you saw ships.
Oh.
It's 17.
Ships.
Whatever that
We'll
thing
deal
was,
with
it
it.
just blew up a bunch of ships, I guess.
Captain, the thing in the sky just, I guess, destroyed a couple pirates? Maybe?
Alright.
Maybe they weren't pirates?
Just in case they were merchants and this is a disaster. Let's go. We gotta...
It's going southwest.
Yeah.
Anyway. This way.
Yep. Order the crew to row towards the debris of ships.
Brian, no! Hi, Brian.
Did Brian die?
Or did Brian die, or who?
What?
Mobile Discord keeps kicking.
Oh.
It's not me kicking you, I tell you right now. I'll be honest about it.
Alright. To the debris.
Within the next hour, I'd say, with the rowing, the crew's not happy. I'm going to say morale drops by a point.
That's fine.
This is an activity they despise.
I'm sorry, but we might need to save people. It's in our...
I know, well, they still hate the act of it.
I know. Don't
Everybody's
worry.
having a
Has
great
the,
time.
over the course of that hour, has the thing disappeared or is it still in the area?
I'd say it's pretty much exiting your line of sight.
Like, would I feel or think it would be, as we are coming up, good or safe to open the lantern again, or?
Might be safe. You think it's safe?
And I'll do that so we can see what we're rowing towards. Which is
Yep. As you
a
draw
lot of
closer to
fucking
the-
light.
As you draw closer, you guys can see the flames in the water. Despite it being an hour of explosions, the water still has debris burning. And you see 4 ships in the water. Yeah, destroyed.
What size?
They look to be probably around yours. They're sailing ships.
4 sailing ships.
It looks like one of them was Sultanate in make.
do we see any
Two.
flags?
You see a Sultanate flag and a Republic flags kind of spread out.
Alright. Krodorm.
I'm glad I wasn't there for this.
Krodorm. Use the horn.
Aye, Captain. All right. Take out, whip the horn off my belt. You know, whatever the horn sounds like.
What are we?
Why did we just make that noise?
The Republic ships were looking for survivors.
You could have also alerted the thing in the sky.
Out of line of sight.
They said it was out of our sight.
Yeah.
It's still here.
Sound travels a lot farther than sight.
Well,
True.
Captain told me to do it and I did it. Blame the Captain.
Making new characters now? Anyway. No.
Not again.
So, like, there's anything salvageable in the water?
It's debris.
Yeah.
Anything that was of value is on the bottom.
Do we see bodies? Either
Bodies floating.
moving or otherwise?
Yeah, you see bodies. The crew slowly stop rowing as you begin to kind of go through this debris.
Yep.
And you can see a number of bodies floating in the water, and they are sheared Neridi, give me an Arcana check.
Can I help out?
Sure.
$24.
It looks like you know the difference between fire damage and other things. It looks like a good chunk of these bodies have been were sheared with something before they were hit with the fire and the water. Almost looks like you'd recognize it as radiant damage.
Alright, well. Get on the ships, start looking for survivors. I'm going to search that Sultanate vessel.
Son of a bitch.
And I'm guessing that we're probably gonna are we gonna Unanoa is going to jump in the water using her swimming speed to search the we lost Brian.
Yeah, but I'll be back.
He'll be back to search the Sultanate vessel.
Sure.
You hear me?
Yeah.
She'll
So
also
going through.
leave the ring as swimming for someone.
Go-
Hello?
Depending on how long we want to spend here, I can try to go to the like sea floor and find what has been lost, potentially.
Yeah, if you want to go as an octopus, go ahead.
How deep is it here?
It's in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
But you're also near islands too, to a degree.
Yeah.
So I don't want to give you a number. I don't know.
I mean, he can transform into a.
Yeah, I'll jump into the water and
But-
turn into a giant octopus and start swimming down.
But in regards to what you told me, can I assume this is something Naliki related? Or is that what fits the bill best?
If that's what you want to assume, you can go ahead.
Okay.
I am not going to give you an answer.
Does it remind them of the one that we released into the sky?
That's what I had asked
I mean, it's either
before I
Naliki
got
or it's
disconnected.
Well, you
Oh,
remember
we missed that question then.
There were wings on the creature. The one you released did not have wings.
He also flew up into the sky.
Didn't
I
the
was
second
asking
one?
if it was roughly the same
No, we killed
roughly the same size as him, or if it was bigger or smaller.
Might have been right around the same size, maybe bigger. You also don't entirely know because how far away you are. You're gauging best estimation.
We're also not the only ones who could have found Naliki.
Yeah, but I'm really good at estimations.
So
I'm pretty smart.
going through, you arrive at the Sultanate vessel. Right, you want to go look at it. It's kind of it's split in half. It's starting the process of sinking, but it's not fully.
Hop aboard and see what we can get.
You going with the captain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
See
you
it
can have the
numbers.
ring of swimming and follow me in.
As you were looking at these, one of the bodies, you recognize them as Sultanate slavers.
let's go.
That's awfully convenient.
Yes. Start looking around for a cage.
I'm gonna head down towards the hull, or towards the hull
Mhm.
for cargo.
For reference, these people wear very, basically we would describe as Middle Eastern style armor.
Mhm.
Most of them have some degree of a cloth wrapped around their heads. This is because of where they come from. That is needed to survive.
They're basically
What do
wearing
you wear in the desert?
lamellar armor, whatever, however you pronounce it.
Laminar. I think it's called.
Yeah. It starts with an L, and it's a type of scale middle.
Yeah, it's laminar. It's their version of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, the Sultana ships are more slick, like lower to the water.
Mhm.
And they don't really have a second. They do have. This one has a second floor though. And it goes below. You can get down there. Well, he heads into the hole.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check, Neridi.
Should I do it as well?
Yes.
$21.
10.
As you're going through, you kind of reach a pocket of air in the under area, look around, and you lock eyes with an elf.
With red hair.
Same color as flames. It's possibly, she's extremely beautiful too. She locks eyes with you. And she has a look of terror, and then that turns to immediately aggression.
Who does she see first, me or Unanoa?
That'll be you.
Is there bad blood between our races?
No, it's just more she just got attacked and she's scared.
I'm just wanting to make sure it's not the...
There's no bad blood between.
Fuck, I hope she doesn't speak only Sylvan. I'll speak in Elvish. Are you hurt?
Be better?
She doesn't have any shackles or anything on, does she?
She does around her neck.
Is she chained to anything currently, or?
The wall behind her. Hence why she has not exited the area.
Alright, well, that's good. We're gonna get you out of here. 1 second. I'll relay to Noah that she ain't hurt, and I'm gonna try and get her out.
Alright, well. Are there any quicker ways out of here that I can see, or is there only the way we came?
It's only the manhole. The stairs are on the back end of the ship, and that's kind of sunk.
Yeah, okay.
It's beginning to sink again. So you gotta go through the manhole.
Wow. It's a 12.
Shackles, stay put. You got a nat 1. You break that lock. But it's locked.
Oh, damn it. Alright. Oh, shit.
You fool.
Hold up, I have an idea. And, I'm gonna cast Shadow Blade. And I'm going to spend a sorcery point to change the damage type to cold.
Okay.
And then I'm going to hold the now ice blade to the chains and try and freeze it so that it becomes brittle.
I would say, yeah, you should have to freeze the chains. The elf in question is not comfortable now. She is starting to shiver.
Yeah. Sorry about this, love, but this is the fastest way I can think. And when I feel it's cold enough, I'm gonna look at Neridi and says, "All right, on 3 we pull."
I mean, yeah, we could do that. Could have just cut the chain.
Do you know how thick these types of chains are?
Do you know how good that Nalaki shit is and cutting through it?
Do either of us have a... Oh, you do have an Alexi weapon. Oh, well.
Did he use it?
Yeah, you could have. You could have said something, but we
Well,
already went this way.
you started freezing it. So.
All right. Well,
All right, give me a strength check with advantage. I don't know.
All right.
Good luck.
That's a 20.
Ooh. Yeah, you break 3. She kind of looks back. You broke the chain. Still has the collar around her. As you look, sadly, her legs and arms are shackled, but they're together.
Okay.
So.
Alright.
Looks at her and says, "Do you happen to speak common?"
I prefer not to.
Okay, well, good. We can communicate. We'll pull you out. We'll get rid of these chains once we're back on my ship.
So I could describe her a little more now that you have better visual. Shit, where'd it go? Yep, red hair. Her ears are slightly floppy, not very much. Probably right around the. You can tell. Neridi would know right around probably the 200 year range, possibly. Red hair.
Near my own age.
She has blue eyes, fair skin, and she's not looking too hot right now. She has numerous bruises across her body, very little clothing, and currently chained together. Not in a very good mood. She's not.
All right. Well, we're gonna need to take a breath. I'm actually.
How much
I'm not
air?
sure. Did we have to?
How quick are we?
Yeah.
How quick are we sinking right now?
It's mostly staying on the water level. You have a bit.
Okay. Before
Most
we
time when these kind
drag
of
her
shipwrecks
out,
happen, they stay on the surface for a while, and then eventually, over time.
Yeah. The buoyancy of the wood helps
Oh.
it stop from sinking immediately.
I'm gonna at least try and get her feet free. Dragging that extra chain is gonna slow us down in the water.
All right.
Yeah, lockpick. This is fun. You can't roll another nat one. That's enough.
You're gonna have to start putting arcane locks everywhere.
Well, these are slavers. They're not trying to, pick. They're not trying to, capturing wizards. Yeah, you get her the chains on her legs gone.
All right.
Oh, in the meanwhile, while you guys are exiting, Alexi. Sorry.
He's back? Where?
Where?
Varus comes dolphining out of the water.
You see a black void moving away from you guys, and you are terrified.
I try to hone in my sight to see what it is.
No, it appears to be absorbing the light around.
From the
Oh.
depths below.
If you were Varus, you would know. You would be familiar to this, but you're not Varus. You're Alexi.
Sure am. Okay. Away as in horizontal or vertical?
It's heading southwest.
Okay. But not down or up. It's going away.
It's going away.
Horizontally. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I'll did you say that things had fallen off the ship potentially, valuables?
You see bodies and broken cannons, and I'd say if you give me a perception roll real quick, you might be able to snag some items.
Do octopus have any special
500
thing?
pounds
Jesus.
of garlic.
You, because of that comment,
Find 20-pound bag of garlic.
All right.
Hey, we can finally get
I'll,
some seasoning.
I'll carry it over one of my legs and use the other ones to swim myself up.
Fuck that loot table, by the way. It was bullshit.
What did you roll?
Garlic? Did you say
No.
you wanted more garlic? Cool.
In
Thank you.
my first campaign, I used a loot table and they kept getting garlic.
I mean,
Oh,
ultimately,
is
it
that
only
what that
happened
joke
3 or 4
was?
times.
Yeah,
But
it's an old joke, but it checks out.
I thought.
But it checks out. That's funny.
They had 90 pounds of garlic by the time the campaign ended. All right,
Man.
so you got eating.
20 pounds of garlic. Okay. Soggy
That's
garlic.
the way to kill a vampire. Just shove a fuck ton of garlic down its throat.
I don't think that's true.
All right, now, I'm sorry. What was your name? I know we just met. I'm Neridi. This is Unanoa. As she
Well,
said, we're gonna get you to our ship.
Solana.
Solana. Okay.
Solana.
All right.
Okay.
I think it's a
We're gonna get you to the ship. Just hold on to me or the captain, whoever. And I'll fix the lock that broke. Karkin
Well,
thing.
I don't want to have a chain around the neck for the rest of my life.
Don't worry, we'll get
Sky
it
of
going.
It'll be
brains.
fine.
Anyway,
Guy
Uh,
brains.
we
Ooh.
had to go underwater, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like at most like 20 feet.
Right.
And then go surface.
Well, if you will hold your breath real quick, and we'll pull you along.
Hold the breath.
And going under, pulling her along.
Alright, we can bring her back to the ship. You guys can start heading back. As you're also going through this, and Alexi would notice too, some of the bodies look like they've been constricted.
Fine.
They have suction marks across their face. Their body marks.
Are their faces gone? It's taken by the Kraken.
Well, they're there.
Dongers.
You guys can resurface a minute later.
Alright.
The crew are throwing down
Ropes to you.
I disregard the rope, and I'm going to use another grappling shot on the rail.
Please, Maz. Please,
Give me an
Maz.
attack with it.
You see, I won't shake your hand. I will use mage hand instead. No, I'm just kidding. These are things.
What's it? 20?
Oh god, he
yeah, you grapple it.
shot me.
Krodorm drops dead.
Ah.
Instead of wrapping around the rail, it wraps around Krodorm's neck.
No, it grabs the railing.
Watch you do this, I said. Just
Dealers.
why?
Bring Unanoa up with you.
Because it's quicker this way. As the rope just starts retracting.
A few seconds later, climbing over the railing. She kind of maneuvers herself. Kind of sits down. That's us eyes.
Aye, is this the bounty captain?
What'd you say?
It's
You're the only thing they brought back from the ship.
It's our terminology. Yes, this is what we were able to recover. Don't worry, we do not plan on treating you as property. The people we work for do not allow for slavery. That being said, is Miss Solana. If you would please follow me, I have some. If you care for it, I can spare some clothing for you.
Captain, before you do that, can you do the thing to get rid of this? Gestures to the soggy attire.
Oh yes, and then she snaps her fingers 3 times, and we're all prestidigitated to be dry.
She'll follow you kind of hesitantly, but first you not be out here surrounded by crew in the current state she's in.
Once we have some clothes, I'll send you to our surgeon, Alexi, and he can tend to any injuries you have.
Can I get back on the boat now?
Yeah, you're back
No.
on the boat.
Suction cut my way back up.
Nope. Keep
Yeah,
it
you
off.
see an octopus climb over, throws a bag of garlic down.
Oh god, it's the Kraken.
I'll turn back into me.
Oh no, it's only hit. Alright, but yeah, Unanoa,
Oh god, it's Alexi. Run!
Kill him.
Unanoa will roughly take a look at the elf, like up and down, make like a gesture before she's like, I have the perfect size for you, luckily. And she goes into the her ship closet which is basically just a chest full of random clothes, and she pulls out clothes that roughly fit her body shape.
Okay.
What types of chains are still affixed to her?
Iron shackles.
Iron shackles around her wrist, which I assume Neridi would be taking off
Around her-
while getting clothes.
Yeah, it's her arms are currently to her. Her arms are shackled together, and then there's one together, and there's still a chain around her neck.
Binds that would hold an astral dreadnought.
Well, the chain around her neck, since she said I broke the lock, I'm probably going to have to do something a bit more intricate with that.
Mm-hmm.
If
Pick up,
you're talking about
better
this
too.
out loud, I'll just like yell, unlock, and this time it actually comes out as a phrase out of my voice, and the shackle around her neck will unlock itself.
She'll be like, I think she'll probably be in the captain's quarters, and all of a sudden falls out. What happened?
All right, let's have a deck save to avoid your foot getting smashed.
No, it makes a sound. She's able to like grab it and set it on the captain's desk.
And it seems that our druid knows I believe it's the knock spell.
As it happens, one of the runes on my left shoulder glows a little bit and then dims.
Well, you're officially shackle free now.
She had her arm. She had the ones around her hands.
What?
Just rolled a 28
Neridi
on that
just
one.
rolled a 28.
Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't see that. Yep, no shackles.
Alright.
Her token, where is it?
Yeah, these clothes should fit you relatively well.
Token. I'll drag your token to the cats first.
Sorry, that was supposed to be a free use, but it did not show up that way.
Nice going there. I like that, Alexi. Totally a great spell that will not affect anything.
No.
Now,
She'll start getting dressed. She's comfortable enough around you two. She doesn't really pay attention.
Now, believe it or not, Miss Solana, we did run into your people along the way here.
Oh,
They told us of the Sultanate slavers that took you captive. And, well, it was not asked of us. I did say that if we were given the chance, I would.
I'm not going back.
No,
Captain,
They-
why don't you just get to the point with her?
yes. I know that you don't wish to go
Gives
back
you
to
a weird look.
go back to your people, and I have a good instinct about people, I think. I would like to offer you the opportunity to join my crew.
I feel like I'm not getting... Like I'm more inclined to accept this. Considering I was rescued by 2 maidens of... I suppose.
Well, it is up to you. I will not force your hand. By tomorrow, we will be in a Republic port, and if you choose to, you can go the way you wish. But, as you are relatively new to the outside world from your people, I believe that it will be beneficial for you to join my crew to at least learn how the world works outside of that island before you go off on your own.
I'm already fairly familiar with your people. I'm not super adept to your customs.
As such, you will be paid as a crew member. You will receive food, board, and you will be able to see more of the world with us, not just wherever it is you would end up. And, as you can see from Miss Bronzepark here, as well as our other elf, Miss Moonscale, I do not take over advantage of people. I will leave you to do as you wish when you are not doing your job for me. And you get plenty of vacation.
She kind of thinks to herself. I suppose for the time being.
Hey, Captain, what's this about a vacation?
It's not my fault you got confined to the ship.
Well, it's not really my fault.
You somehow managed to piss off the two best enforcers in the Republic.
I don't need to pry. Is this really the time?
Is it
Your
what?
ship should be moving away from here.
Well, unfortunately, there's not really much of a wind. And the crew seems to be on the verge of a revolt over the fact of having to row for an hour.
Yes. I might be able to convince them to row for another hour to get away from this area, but after that, they will need rest.
Actually, did you manage to see anything of what happened to your ship? Or what did all that?
After I had almost managed to kill one of them, they have thrown me down once again. And not more than 10 minutes later, was there a blinding silver light coming from a crack in the upper deck, in that wretched vessel. Was I greeted with a booming voice that spoke in a very weird manner.
Did it sound anything like this? Speak to her, Key.
No. It spoke in common. And then some other language.
It's like our
And said-
celestial buddy.
And she thinks for a second. Said something about silver. She tries to remember. What's her head
Silvery
slightly.
barbs.
No, not that. Silver Angel. Something about the Silver Angel brings justice or some bullshit. An end to... It wasn't justice. End to your pitiful mortal lives. And then something was unleashed, and then after that was done, hit several of the powder kegs, it seems. Explosions hit. And then after that, tentacles began to come through the ships. Finding any survivors.
Well, it seems that
The
we were lucky to find you then.
did the tentacles happen to leave any marks on the ones they found?
I didn't look at that. I just remember people, my captors, being pulled as they tried to hold on. As they're ripped to shreds by the creature. Some of them spouted the twin-headed one. Something. And by the way, Alexi would inform you he saw a black voided creature leaving the area. That's what he wanted me to let you guys know. Yeah. That's where we're going to end the session.
Alright. And with that, we will end the session there, or the episode there. As always, please like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and ring that notification bell in order to get more content like this in the future. But until next time, have a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening wherever you are, and stay frosty.